So the Judiciary Committee will reconvene. Our classified briefing has concluded. We are returning to the bill that we were discussing. I understand, Mr. Tiffany, that you wish to be recognized to offer an amendment.
Yes, Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will please report, and Mr. Johnson reserves a point of order.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7946, offered by Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin. Page 8, after line 25, insert the following. 4, precluding factor. In conducting each case review under paragraph 1, the advisory committee shall consider as a factor requiring a recommendation under paragraph 1B whether the member of the armed forces, veteran, or covered family member has been convicted of a crime of domestic violence as defined in 237A2E1 of the Immigration and Nationality Act. Page 14, line 21, strike or. Page 14, line 24, insert or any conviction of a crime of domestic violence as defined in 237A2E1 of such act before if.
Mr. Johnson withdraws his point of order since the amendment is germane, and Mr. Tiffany, you are recognized to explain your amendment.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. So someone that's convicted of domestic abuse would be precluded from being able to use this process to be able to come legally into the country. The majority has often asserted how they embrace victims of crime. Well, this is one of the more heinous crimes that can be committed. My amendment would complement that sentiment by disqualifying those veterans who have been deported for or are removable for acts of domestic violence to be considered for a second bite at the apple. Since the majority voted down the amendment notifying victims, surely you will want to retain or bring back people who may reoffend or re-victimize the victims of domestic violence. It also prohibits the advisory committee from considering or advising the secretary on exercising discretion such as deferred action or other forms of immigration relief for convicted offenders of domestic violence. Yeah, I think this is a good change to this bill to make sure that those people that would commit domestic violence or who have been convicted of it, that they not be allowed to come back into this country. I mean, we've seen such an uptick in crime, and some of it is coming as a result of allowing, of our open borders policy, and this just makes sense not to allow somebody like that that is been convicted of such an offense. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. Domestic violence is indeed a serious issue, and actually, in terms of the first part of the amendment, having a consideration of this as an advisory to secretary in removal proceedings, I think is not unacceptable. However, to make a complete bar for DV, I think is a mistake. And I don't know that Mr. Correa is here, but he was describing an individual who had done 4 tours of duty in Afghanistan, who he was meeting with who's been removed and is in Tijuana hoping to rejoin his family. And the description he gave of that veteran was a guy who clearly was suffering from PTSD. He woke up in the middle of the night and found himself assaulting his wife. Obviously, that's a terrible thing, but it's also a result, most likely, of post-traumatic stress disorder. He didn't even realize what he was doing. So while the discretionary review may in fact and should exclude individuals who have committed egregious acts of domestic violence, to preclude consideration at all, I think would be a mistake.
Will the gentleman
And-
yield?
In a minute.
Okay.
I do think that, 60% of those who have PTSD are going to get involved in the criminal justice system, according to the statistics that we have been advised of. And that a recent study found that PTSD in veterans is linked very strongly with domestic violence. Between 2006 and 2014, military calls to the National Domestic Violence Hotline more than tripled, signaling really a public health crisis that is really devastating to military families. It's important that we keep in mind, as the former president did when he announced the Second Chance Month, that people can and do turn their lives around from time to time. And I think to say that someone who has stepped forward to put their lives on the line to protect our country should not be given an opportunity for a second chance if they've turned their lives around, if they've managed to get the treatment they need for PTSD, that would never be a possibility. I just think that is a mistake, and that's why I think the amendment is a mistake, and now I'd be happy to yield to the gentleman.
I thank the chairman for yielding, and I just wanted to, because I was not here, or I was attending to something else when Mr. Correa spoke. Did you say that the facts as he rendered them were that a veteran was beating his wife?
No, he woke up and
He
found.
woke up and found himself beating his wife?
No, not beating his wife, that he had grabbed her and didn't, in his sleep. And I don't want to, it was Mr. Correa's story, so I don't want to get too far down the line. But let me just go to my own point, which is that DV is connected with PTSD, and that if people get treatment, they can recover and they can have a second chance at life. And that's something that we've had a bipartisan celebration of in the last, during the last president's term, when he had the Second Chance Month and highlighted the opportunity for people to be able to improve. And Mr. Buck, did you want me to yield? Okay, with that then, I yield back my time. Who else seeks recognition on this amendment? Mr. Buck, you are recognized.
I thank the chair. Madam Chair, with all due respect, when someone beats their wife, they should not be allowed in the country, and or their girlfriend or significant other. I understand that there is a relationship between PTSD and domestic violence. I also understand that the victim of domestic violence doesn't really care. When someone's getting the tar beat out of them, they don't have a whole lot of sympathy for what the person is going through. Now, a judge can take that into account and probably will. If a person with PTSD wakes up and is in fact grabbing or assaulting in some way, that goes to the mental state that is required to prove the conduct in a domestic violence case. But to suggest that somehow in the tens of thousands of cases where men are abusing women, we should not pass this very good common sense amendment because there are instances of PTSD where someone might be convicted. It just seems to me we have to protect a group of people, and this amendment from Mr. Tiffany makes a lot of sense. It is an amendment that, frankly, I hope we get a positive vote for. We are either going to stand with victims of crime, and we are going to make this country more secure, or we are going to continue to see the crime rates in this country go up. The idea that we can use sociologists and psychiatrists and others to work our way out of crime is a serious mistake. I prosecuted for 25 years. I know what the root causes of crime are, and I know there are some programs that can reduce crime, but the most important crime prevention program is to make sure that those who commit crimes have a consequence, and this would give a consequence. And with that, I yield to my friend from Wisconsin.
Yeah, thank you. Madam Chair, I'm not sure your example holds up, because for that person that wakes up, doesn't realize that they're doing this, that is not intentional. And I'm not so sure that that would be a removable situation if someone proved that it was unintentional what they were doing. So I'm not sure that your example holds up in that instance, because it does have to be intentional. From my understanding, in a court of law, it has to be intentional in order for you to be charged. I yield to the gentleman from Colorado.
Well, and I appreciate that. It absolutely does. The mental state, you can't by accident assault someone. You have to intentionally assault. And so you have to have intention to pass the required mental state. Waking up in a situation does not meet the test that is required for conviction in a crime like that. I yield to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
So with that being said, I think it makes the case for this amendment even that much stronger after the discussion that we've had. Someone is doing this, they've been convicted. Obviously, it's intentional in what they have done. There should not be discretion. They should not be allowed back into the country if they have done this in an intentional manner. I stand by this amendment even stronger now, and I urge everyone to support it. It makes sense.
Reclaiming my time, I think it's also important to recognize that it's rare that the first instance of domestic violence is reported at all. An individual committing domestic violence typically commits a number of instances of domestic violence against a number of victims before they're ever caught. And so now you've got a serial domestic violence perpetrator who is coming into this country, and that's just not appropriate. And so I think this is a great amendment, well thought through amendment, and I appreciate the gentleman from Wisconsin offering the amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Dean,
Thank you. I seek to strike the last word.
recognized.
Thank you very, very much. I associate myself with the words of our chair just now. They were eloquent and spot on. And I have to admit, as I look at this amendment, I rise in opposition to the amendment. Sadly, I wish those on the other side of the aisle had lifted up the issue of domestic violence in the hearings and markups that we have recently held, the scourge of domestic violence. Most recently in the markup around gun violence. We couldn't find on the other side of the aisle those who wanted to protect the victims of domestic violence. They wanted to protect the gun owners. So let me speak in—
Will the gentlelady yield on that point?
No, I will not.
I'm not surprised.
Let me speak in favor of the bill. As I was saying earlier, I think so often in terms of military service of the expression of the absence of shared sacrifice of our military servicemen and women. It's been waning over the years. In 1973, active duty military represented about 1% of the population. Now there are about 1.3 million active duty personnel, or less than 1/2%. As I said, I'm the proud sister of two brothers who were in the Navy during the Vietnam War. Brother Bob Dean served on hospital ships and destroyers in Vietnam, 2 tours of duty. My brother Harry Dean served stateside during the Vietnam War. I have been in awe of their service and their sacrifice ever since. My grandfather having served in World War I, also in the Navy. I've never served. And so know that I come from a lens that says those who serve our country, citizens and non-citizens, need to be lifted up, admired, and left in that place of admiration with our thanks. You know, in the aftermath of World War II, the GI Bill helped create America's middle class. Despite discrimination in its implementation, some black families were able to gain upward mobility through military service. However, for some immigrants who have served, they have suffered discrimination and the risk of deportation. Hundreds of thousands of immigrants pledged to defend the United States with their lives. Think of all the different conflicts and wars, the Civil War, both world wars, Korea, Vietnam, Gulf War, Afghanistan, Iraq. Research shows that approximately 700,000 foreign-born veterans, many of whom are now U.S. citizens, live in the U.S. today. So what happens to those veterans who struggle to parse through our broken immigration system? Sadly, too many face the prospect of deportation, separating them from the very country they fought to defend. So although the Biden administration has directed immigration and customs enforcement agents to generally refrain from seeking deportation of U.S. military, veterans, or service members and their immediate families, we must do more. That's why I am delighted to stand and support H.R. 7946, the Veterans Service Recognition Act of 2022. A non-citizen who takes the oath of enlistment, just as my brothers did, promise to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. They promise to participate in its shared sacrifice for all of us. These veterans deserve, at a minimum, protection from deportation, at a minimum, protection. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and with that, I yield back to the chair.
Madam Chair.
Gentlelady yields to the chair. I would just note that for the veterans who are have been removed, one of the
On
important...
whose time, Madam Chairman?
She has returned, oh, I thought there was
yielded back.
a minute and 26 seconds that she had yielded to me. Yes, she did yield to me, but for some reason, okay, a minute. I just note that access to the VA is really an important thing. And for, you know, the veterans, hospitals and clinics are experts in treating PTSD. And to the extent that there may be someone who is able to be repatriated and they're able to get the medical care that the VA has to have, that would be a very important thing. And I thank the gentlelady for yielding back. And who I yield back. And Mr. Jordan, have you asked to strike the last word?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I want to strike the last word. I want to talk about a number of things. First of all, I support the gentleman's amendment from Wisconsin. It's a good amendment. Second, to the previous speaker, the Republicans offered an amendment to protect victims of domestic violence twice. We offered it, Mr. Massey offered it 2 months ago to the red flag bill that the majority passed, and then he offered it again last week on the so-called assault weapons ban that the majority passed. So we've talked about that extensively, and the Democrats voted it down both times. But my main reason for seeking some time was actually to engage in a question for the chair, if I could. I raised this with Chairman Nadler a week ago. We had, during the assault weapons ban markup, during that hearing, we had a gentleman from the audience disrupt the proceedings of the hearing. And I asked Mr. Nadler at the time, who invited this individual, who met him at the door, escorted him to the committee room, who did that? And he didn't give me an answer. And I was wondering if the majority may have an answer for the minority. We know no one from our side met this individual, no one's office met this individual at the door and escorted him into the committee room. And I was wondering if the majority had an answer to that question today.
Mr. Jordan, I don't know.
Are you in the process of figuring that out, Madam Chair?
I have no idea, so I am unable to answer your question.
Madam Chair, who chairs the House Administration Committee that has these rules and is responsible for how things operate here on Capitol Hill?
As you know, individual staffers from all 435 offices can and do escort visitors in. I do not know who escorted that person in.
Is that something that the House if the Judiciary Committee is not going to figure it out, if the majority in the Judiciary Committee is not going to figure it out, would the majority on the House Administration Committee figure out who in fact invited? This individual came in here, disrupted an official proceeding of the committee, disrupted, if I remember correctly, Congressman Biggs' presentation during that markup. And we'd like to know. In fact, I asked not once, but twice during the hearing, the 12-hour hearing we had last week. We would still like to have an answer to that question. And it seems appropriate to me that the chair of the House Administration Committee is the person who should be able to get that information for the committee.
Well, I don't believe that the House Administration Committee is charged with investigating the various offices.
Simple question. It's simple to find out.
Let me just say, in the past, unfortunately, over the decades, there have been occasions when the committee proceedings have been disrupted by disorderly individuals who are then removed, as this individual was.
But those are different.
I have strong objection to anybody who would come in and disrupt
So do I.
the proceedings of the committee. If that happens, they will be removed.
But in the past, there wasn't the process in place that is in place now. Individuals do not get into a committee room now unless they are being met at the door of the Rayburn building by some official staff member from someone's staff and then escorted to the committee room. All we're asking is, who did that?
If I knew, I would be very pleased to tell you.
Well, we know you don't know because you haven't told us the answer to that, but we want you to find out.
Well,
I mean,
I appreciate your question, Mr. Jordan.
with all due respect, Madam Chair, your committee used official resources to put together a dossier on every single Republican social media post who happened to object to the electors on January 6th, even though Democrats objected every single time a Republican was elected president this century. If you can use official staff to do that on 100 and some members of Congress, we think you could find out the answer to a simple question. Who escorted this individual into this committee room who disrupted the committee?
As I said, I don't know who that person is.
Well, we hope we get an answer soon. This is the third time I've had to ask. And it's been a full week, and we get the same darn answer first from the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, now from the acting chair of the Judiciary Committee, who also happens to chair the House Administration Committee, and we get nothing but, we don't know. I would yield to the gentleman from North Carolina.
I appreciate the ranking member's courtesy in the way the gentleman has posed this question multiple times. And it has not resulted in an answer to the question. But it's really quite clear. All it would take is for the chairman now, or the actual chairman of the committee, to ask Democrats who let David Hogg into the committee room to disrupt. And the implication is quite clear of the fact that first Mr. Nadler and then now Ms. Lofgren have said, I don't know. They don't want to know. It's willful lack of knowledge. They don't care. And because it would be revealing as to how they're operating the committee.
Gentleman's time has expired. Who else seeks recognition?
I did.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I am tickled pink with the suspicions and questions that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have about a visitor who came to the Rayburn office building. But we've got a lot of questions about who came to Capitol on January 6th of 2021 and who was it that participated in the run-up to January 6th. And that's being handled by the January 6th committee, which my friends on the other side of the aisle deny has any legitimacy whatsoever to ask any questions about what happened. So
Will the gentleman yield?
I find it strange, no, I won't at this time, find it strange that
I could help you.
they are so righteously indignant about some individual who came in and who was it that let the individual in.
Just want an answer.
But Madam Chair, our country's military is composed of brave men and women who volunteer their time, strength, and intelligence in service to our nation. And among these volunteers are several thousand non-citizens of the United States, people who love this country so much that they would risk their lives for it, even though it is not the place of their birth, and even though we have people in this country who will accept their toil and labor on behalf of the country and then spit them out like worthless objects. As a nation, we owe these non-citizen soldiers the same respect and the same opportunities and the same forgiveness and forbearance that we grant to our own citizens. After all, they volunteered to pay the highest price for this country, and having done so, they deserve some forbearance on our part and some equal treatment and equal dignity. And so that's why I opposed the amendment that has been offered. From the first day that these individuals begin basic training, these non-citizen recruits have proven that they are dedicated to our nation. It is in this moment that we must recognize their dedication and offer them the opportunity that we would offer a citizen in the event that that citizen has been failed by a domestic violence incident in their past. It's widely known that post-traumatic stress disorder remains a problem for our veterans, including those who are not citizens. Why shouldn't we have some mercy and compassion for them? In fact, PTSD and other mental health disorders resulting from time spent in the military protecting us are the leading cause of crimes committed by veterans. Many of these crimes are petty, not resulting in loss of life or significant damage to persons or property. Rather than providing the necessary help and resources to these non-citizens veterans, we want to ship them away or exclude them or keep them out of our country for making that mistake. How do we justify not helping those who defended this nation with their lives? It's not reflective of American values to cast away those who volunteered to defend this nation. This country is just as much theirs as it is ours, they having given their toil in the U.S. military to support the freedom that we all enjoy and many of us apparently take for granted. So I support this bill, which takes an important step towards protecting and assisting our non-citizen veterans and their families, and I oppose the amendment, which is hard-hearted, and this country was founded by immigrants. We have had non-citizen soldiers in our military for every war since the Revolutionary War, and these soldiers have stood with us since our founding, and it is time that we allow them and their families to become citizens and/or legal permanent residents of this country. That's the least that we can do, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there additional members who wish to be heard on the amendment that's before us?
Yes. I'd like to strike the last word.
Mr. Gomer?
I just wanted to respond real quickly.
Oh,
Good.
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to respond just so briefly to my friend from Georgia. In terms of why we are asking for some answers, I think America's just tired of chaos. We like order. We like to have answers. And we've come to a point where the leaders on the other side of the aisle seem to not know and don't care about so much. They don't care about the chaos on the border, the chaos in the cities, the chaos of the last 2 years where billions of dollars of damage to business owners, people of all backgrounds just trying to build their dreams, burned to the ground, and nobody's asking questions of why. 26 Americans have died over the last 2 years of chaos, and nobody asked the question why. So no, what happened here in this chamber should not be happening without somebody getting to the core of the question, why? How can a man come in here, disrupt our doing business, and nobody seems to care about it? So no, Americans want order, my friends. We are a society that's based on rule of law, order, so we can predict exactly what's going to happen. If somebody decides to disrupt, like they're right now doing all over the place, they're attacking any place that supports women and women's choices to give life. They're causing chaos, and guess what's happening? Once again with this administration, no answers. They don't know and they don't care. So no, what happened here is an indication of what's going on in this country, and Americans are sick and tired of it. So I would hope that the leadership here will find out who is that young man who came into this chamber.
On January 6th?
Well, you know what? That's
Gentleman
that's
has
chaos
the time,
too,
Mr.
by the way.
Johnson.
That is chaos also. And we're going to find out as we take control of how it's done the right way, the fair way, where American people can trust the process and not look at this as political theater. So I'm excited about getting order, law and order back again, and respect for the rule of law and respect for the process. And November will be a great time of our country to turn that corner and make sure we're getting back on in case. You want to,
Go ahead, Dan. So if the gentleman, and I appreciate him
Yes, please
yielding,
do.
I mean, on that point, in terms of order and talking about this proceeding being interrupted, and clearly a political individual clearly got in here on purpose. I mean, there's zero question about that, but there's no indication that the majority cares a whit about.
Would the gentleman yield?
Happen. I'll yield brief. It's not my time to yield.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So, but let me just finish on that point. But clearly a political individual, clearly purposely led into the building. And we're talking about, my colleagues bring up January 6th. My friend from Utah appropriately says that was chaos and that is a problem as well. And we're all concerned about that. But we're the House Judiciary Committee. We have not had a single hearing, to the best of my knowledge, about Americans incarcerated as a result of January 6th, the conditions in which they're held, the results of some of them committing suicide or dying, and some of the concerns that have been raised, conditions that have been made public that they're held under, the charges that they face, why that those charges were applied, whether those charges are applied equally. And look, let me be clear, and I said on the floor of the House, I prosecute to the fullest extent of the law those who violated the law. But there are real questions. How can the House Judiciary Committee not have a hearing about incarcerated Americans that are sitting in prison across this country? I mean, I just, for the life of me, my colleagues keep bringing up January 6th. Well, then let's bring in the Department of Justice and let's walk through it. Let's understand it. You know, we've got some of my colleagues, like the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomer, and others that have gone down to the jails here in D.C. People that are really hurting and suffering according to some of the stories that we see. And the ranking member is simply asking to know, how did that guy get into our proceeding? We ought to know. I think we ought to know. I yield back to the gentleman from Utah.
thank you.
Yeah, how did he get in? I think the gentleman for yielding, just like how did the folks from the Colbert Show get in? Somebody let him in. Somebody let him in. Imagine that. And the gentleman's was so, but both were so on target. The chaos that is unfolding in every one of our urban areas as we speak, the violence that's out of control, the chaos in the summer of 2020, the chaos at 50 pro-life pregnancy centers and churches over the last 12 weeks, the chaos in front of Supreme Court justices' homes for weeks, and the Speaker of the House waited 4 weeks to get protection to their families. And we asked a simple question: how did the guy get in here? I bet there's videotape that the chairman of the House Administration Committee can look at and figure out who met the individual at the door and escorted him in. We'd like to know that.
Sergeant Schultz knows nothing.
The gentleman's time has expired.
You're back.
Mr. Gomer, did you wish to be heard on the amendment itself?
Just strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question was asked by my friend from Georgia, who came into the Capitol on January 6th. Well, the FBI obviously has had access to all the footage, but a lot of us would like to know the answer to that question. And as my friend from Ohio mentioned, the chairman of the administrative committee has complete access and can authorize complete access to all of that footage. That would answer every question on both sides of the aisle. And it's a question I think this committee should have had hearings on, because defendants have been denied their right that the Supreme Court has made clear is there to see any potentially exonerating evidence. Any first-year law student knows that. And yet the Department of Justice needs to be hauled in here and answer questions why they have not provided it. And I've seen the information that some of the defendants in the D.C. jail had, where the prosecution designated this section, this section, this section of footage of videotape, but they were saying, I believe that's where this happened, and the thing that exonerates me is right in this section that they are not going to use. and I need access to that section. The Justice Department won't provide it. The Administrative Committee could provide it, and they refuse, and this committee will not have hearings on it. So I do appreciate the sentiment that somebody who serves, we should lift up and thank. I got to tell you, as somebody that served, and we weren't in combat in my 4 years, but it was 78 to 82 was a very unpleasant time to be in the Army. You didn't get a bunch of lift up and thanks. And it wasn't until after 9/11 people started saying, hey, you were in the service, weren't you? Thank you for your service. Because most of the time, we were even ordered not to wear uniforms off post many times because of violence against members in the service. It wasn't just spitting. So there's a number of things that ought to be done. The comments that we didn't care about domestic violence, as my friend from Ohio pointed out, we've had amendments to deal with that. But on the one hand, normally domestic violence is, that's a state crime. And one of our strong positions is we should not, as a federal government, swoop in and usurp all the state control over state laws. And that's one of the things that the Supreme Court recently pointed out. But I also want to say, from personal experience with prosecuting domestic violence, the point was made that, often the first or second or so act of domestic violence against a woman is not reported. I can tell you many times when they finally come in and report, they're all set to prosecute, and we made clear, look, you understand you don't have a right to withdraw it. What was done was horrible, and we are going to prosecute even if you come in later and say, I don't want you to. And that would happen. So when somebody actually gets convicted of domestic violence, oftentimes not only have there been events gone unreported, but there were some that were reported and then backed off of. It is tough because, and you try to explain, look, this is not your fault. What happened to you is not your fault. But anyway, there's some of us that feel very strongly about that. But let's come back to the amendment. It needs to be adopted. One other thing I got to say, the comment about VA care is very important. Yeah, well, tell that to the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people who served for years in our armed forces, and then we're told, look, yeah, we know there's a lot of reports of a lot of terrible things happening to people that got the vaccination or the booster, including my father over a year ago, got the booster, got dizzy, fell, and he never recovered. But you know what? If you don't take the vaccine, then we're going to say goodbye to your 19 years of service and throw you out. So that is something we ought to pay attention to. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired unless there are further. Mr. Bishop, do you wish to be recognized?
I do. I thought you're not going? Okay. Yeah, I do. Madam Chairman, I will speak on the amendment. Am I recognized to do that?
Yes, you are.
I did want to further the comments that the ranking member made first on the subject that the gentlelady from Pennsylvania remarkably suggested, that if she could find concern for domestic victims' rights on this side of the aisle, she would be relieved. And of course, this amendment is about concern for victims of domestic violence. That's the premise of it's the very core of the amendment. But last week, I guess it was last week, I lose track, the Democrats defeated an amendment from Mr. Massey to permit victims of domestic violence a special dispensation from otherwise what was going to be a ban on classes of weapons in common use, mostly semi-automatic center-fired rifles. And Mr. Massey had an amendment to allow, well, let's let domestic violence victims have that dispensation. Of course, that was rejected. Remember, the chairman memorably spoke to it, said he didn't think that it was good for anybody to be able to defend themselves from domestic violence with such a weapon. And then 2 weeks ago, or maybe been 3, there was the Democrats' grab bag of gun control, gun grab measures, And one of those was a new straw purchase provision. Mr. Massey offered an amendment for an exception to that also, so that if a neighbor taking pity on a battered wife were to buy a gun for her, give it to her, and if she were to receive it, they would both be criminals under the Democrats' law. He offered an amendment to at least take those poor victims out, and all those that wear the concern for domestic violence victims on their sleeves couldn't do that. So I'm not sure that the gentlelady is looking in the right direction when she finds the absence of concern for victims of domestic violence. But let me also speak to something else that this amendment brings to the fore. And I got a chance briefly to ask the chairman, Ms. Lofgren, about so remember the hypothetical is the non-citizen former member of the military who's been convicted of domestic violence for beating his wife, but he found that he was beating his wife when he woke up. He found himself, I think he said he woke up to find himself beating his wife, or assaulting his wife. Now, okay, and Mr. Tiffany appropriately pointed out, if it were an involuntary act for real, then he's not guilty. And Mr. Buck confirmed that. I'd say something else. I don't believe him. I'd put it that way. I'm sorry if I'm offending anybody, stepping on anybody's toes about PTSD. I don't believe you choke your wife while you're asleep when you got domestic violence. But I got to say this. One of the principles of a system of justice is finality. And so what we build discretion into the process, and then at some point in time, you've had your bite at the apple, there's finality. It works both ways. You can't be held in double jeopardy for a crime, be convicted or prosecuted multiple times. It works the other. If you bring a lawsuit, your claim is precluded. You got to bring everything in one lawsuit, or your claim is precluded. Well, here there are multiple stages for the exercise of discretion. First, the victim, who he probably told that he didn't know he was choking her, but he was having PTSD, and she didn't believe him. Apparently, that's why she brought him in. She exercised discretion, and then a prosecutor exercised discretion and said, no, we're prosecuting you. And he was convicted. And then there was another stage for discretion to be exercised because there was an immigration judge that entered a removal order. And the United States, the Attorney General was represented in that process, and that Attorney General's representative could exercise discretion. Discretion was exercised again, and they decided to remove that person from the United States. And so now, what is proposed is a new measure to allow discretion to be exercised again. And all Mr. Tiffany's asking in this amendment is say, well, maybe before he gets discretion exercised in his favor a fourth time, the victim ought to be considered the first time. That's all this amendment does. And I cannot imagine anyone who would have the brass to sit over there and say there's no concern for domestic violence victims here and vote this amendment down. Let's watch. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back to additional individuals. I think we have had a series of votes called on the House floor. If there's additional members who wish to debate this amendment, I think we'll have to recess and return after votes. House is in recess and stands in recess until the conclusion of the votes on the floor.
Zach Zubia.
The Judiciary Committee was to reconvene right after votes, and I do think we'll give members another 5 minutes to arrive from the floor. The vote's been over for, 15, 20 minutes. We have a quorum. I don't want to proceed. We all agree. So the Judiciary Committee is now has reconvened after our recess. We have a number of members, I believe, who are in the back room and a number of members who are present online. We were in the process of discussing the amendment offered by Mr. Fitzgerald of Wisconsin. Are there additional members who wish to be heard on the Fitzgerald amendment? The Tiffany amendment, pardon me. Mr. Gates, do you wish to be heard?
Is this the precluding factor amendment? Is this the right amendment?
This is this one. Here it is. Do you wish to be heard, Mr. Gates? Okay.
No, I wouldn't.
All right. I think Mr. Buck has already been heard on this amendment, and are there any other members who wish to be heard on this amendment, including members who are participating remotely? Raise your virtual hand if so. Hearing no one, then, the question is on the amendment before us. All in favor will say aye. All opposed will say no. No. And in the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. There is a request to have a recorded vote on this amendment, so the clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Nadler? Ms. Lofgren?
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee?
Who knows what we're voting on? I don't know what we're voting on. Oops.
Mr. Cohen?
You're in the picture,
Mr.
baby.
Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Deutsch? Ms. Bass?
How's it? Oops. How's the chair voting?
The chair
Hello?
votes no.
Well, Ms. Bass votes no then.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries? Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu?
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin? Ms. Jayapal?
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Dimmings? Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa?
Correa votes no.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia? Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath?
It's okay. I tried
Mr. Stanton?
calling you to tell you it's the second floor. Because
Mr. Stanton?
Yes.
Mr. Stanton votes yes. Ms. Dean? Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones? Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush? Mr. Jordan? Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Isa?
Mr. Isa votes yes.
Mr. Isa votes yes. Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop?
Aye.
Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach? Ms. Sparts? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Benz?
Mr. Benz votes aye.
Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Owens?
Owens, aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye.
Nadler, aye. Or
Mr.
Nadler, no.
Mr. Nadler votes no.
Shabbat, aye.
Mr. Shabbat votes aye.
Cicilline, no.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee, you are not recorded.
Georgia votes no.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Deutsch votes no.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Raskin votes no.
Fishbach votes aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye.
How's Mr. Deutsch recorded? You're muted, Mr. Deutsch.
No.
Mr. Deutsch votes no.
How is Mr. Raskin recorded?
Mr. Raskin is recorded as no.
How is Mr. Jordan recorded?
Mr. Jordan votes yes.
Are there,
How is Swallow recorded?
Mr. Swallow, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Swallow votes no.
are there additional members wishing to vote or to change their votes? Who are we waiting for? Okay.
Madam Chair, have I missed the vote? It's Dean. How am I recorded?
How is Ms. Dean recorded?
Ms. Dean, you are not recorded.
I'm a no.
Ms. Dean votes no.
Any other member wishing to vote or to change their vote? I think so.
How is Ms. Demings recorded?
Ms. Demings, you are not recorded.
Demings votes no.
Ms. Demings votes no.
There are additional members wishing to cast their votes? If not, then the clerk will please report.
Madam Chair, there are 15 ayes and 18 noes.
And the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional, Ms.
Madam
Fishbach? Yes?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment, and Ms. Escobar reserves a point of order.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7946, offered by Ms. Fishbach, Minnesota. Page 10, after line 2, insert the following. H, limitation of eligibility for case review. An individual who is inadmissible based on a conviction of an aggravated felony described in subparagraph A of section 101A43 of the Immigration and Nationality Act shall be ineligible for a case review under this section.
Pardon me, the gentlelady is recognized to speak on her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm offering an amendment today that should be easy for everyone to agree to and vote in favor of. My amendment is simple. It clarifies that those who are being deported for committing the most heinous crimes are not given a review by the advisory committee established under Section 4 of this bill. This advisory committee is directed not only review the cases of veterans or members of the armed forces, but it is expanded to review the cases of covered family members that include their family, spouses, and children as well. Non-citizens who commit murder, rape, and sexual abuse of minors do not deserve the privilege of remaining in this country. There is no reason to review and delay the deportation of these most violent offenders. As soon as these violent offenders and criminals have served their prison sentences, these individuals should be removed from our country immediately. They should not be given the ability to appeal to the advisory committee. Their removal proceedings should not be deferred or terminated. I ask for support on this amendment to protect Americans from these violent criminals. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back, and the gentlelady from Texas does not insist on her point of order because the amendment is germane, and I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. Oh, I was here in 1996 when Henry Hyde chaired the committee and Lamar Smith was the chair of the, I believe, the Immigration Subcommittee. He and Mr. Lamar Smith, I believe, was the one who came up with a redefinition of what is an aggravated felony, and it's a highly misleading term. crimes do not need to be aggravated, nor do they need to be felonies to be considered an aggravated felony under immigration law. There are over 20 categories of aggravated felonies encompassing more than 30 different crimes. Some are, in fact, serious matters, such as rape and murder, and as we know, those crimes are already excluded from consideration. Also included as a so-called aggravated felony is shoplifting, selling $10 worth of marijuana, filing a false tax return. In addition, certain foreign convictions can be considered under the Immigration Act aggregated felonies if they occurred within the last 10 years, even though we might not think of them as serious matters. Once a crime has been designated as an aggravated felony, the definition applies retroactively, and that means that even if a crime was not considered an aggravated felony under the changes made in the '96 Act when it was committed, being convicted of such a crime could render an individual removable because the law was changed subsequent to that. I think that the conviction of an aggravated felony is immense, and it makes one subject to removal, also makes one subject to mandatory detention, and in some cases allows for removal without even a hearing. Individuals convicted of aggravated felonies are ineligible for asylum, cancellation of removal, voluntary departure, and certain other inadmissibility waivers. I do think that the serious crimes that we would agree with are already covered in the bill. And
Would the chair yield?
I would be happy to.
Could you show me exactly where they are exempted from the, appearing in front of the advisory committee? Because I do not see where this advisory committee is.
Reclaiming my time, I misspoke, and I apologize, because this is related to the advisory committee.
So they are not exempted from this.
But it's just a review. It's not reclaiming my time. The real point that I'm trying to make here is that an aggravated felony is not what it sounds like. It is not aggravated, and it's in many cases not a felony. It was a product of a process where then Chairman Lamar Smith wanted to tighten up these removals. Elton Gallagly, who was a member from California, was in agreement with Mr. Smith, and the law was changed, and in a way that I think, in some ways, although I would certainly not accuse either one of those gentlemen of attempting to mislead, but in fact, the term is rather misleading. And I would urge that we not adopt this amendment because—
General Lady, yield on that point for a moment.
I'd be happy to yield, sir.
So I remember when Secretary Mayorkas testified before us. No. I guess that was in Homeland Security. No. But he made a big deal of the fact that there was they had had a lot more aggravated felony things they had. I'm trying to remember what the usage of it was. But what you're saying is that's a crock? And when he was proclaiming how they had made all this progress on aggravated felonies and the number of felonies that had been charged, they could have been $10 a shoplift?
Reclaiming my time, I don't recall that testimony, and so I'm not in a position to comment on it.
But you are telling me that the term is misleading.
I think it is misleading because I don't think—
Fascinating, because he really made a big deal of it.
I don't know. There are some serious offenses that are caught up in the term, and there are also some offenses that are not as serious. I'm not saying I'm in favor of shoplifting. I'm not. But I don't consider it the heinous crime of murder and rape and
in San Francisco,
items.
they're really good with shoplifting. It's not punished at all.
We've got a new law and order DA that's going to fix that. So with that, my time has expired, and the ranking member, Mr. Jordan, is now recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess what's not misleading is the intent is the amendment itself. The amendment itself says rape and murder are not misleading. Those are terrible crimes, and there are some crimes so bad you shouldn't even get it shot in front of this advisory review board, and that's what the amendment does, and it seems to make sense. So you can say aggravated felony is a term that's sounds worse than it is, but she's talking about specific aggravated felonies. If you got someone who's murder, rape, and they shouldn't get in front of this advisory board to get to stay in the country. That's the focus of the amendment, real simple, and why we wouldn't. And if it needs clarifying, I'm sure the gentlelady from Minnesota is open to clarifying that. But that's what it's about. Some crimes are so bad you don't want to go, and we don't even want the opportunity to go in front of this advisory board. And I would yield to the gentleman from North Carolina.
I thank the gentleman, and I guess the colloquy I was just having with the chairman, if the term aggravated felony has some inappropriately modest crimes included within it, if it also has really serious crimes, then the point of the amendment is well taken. I thought so on the previous amendment about domestic violence victims, but it does seem to me you got somebody that's raped a 10-year-old child. Should that person? So let's say that person that we've seen in the news lately that raped a 10-year-old child. Let's say that should turn out to be a veteran. He's an illegal alien, but at this point, but he's a veteran. Should he be exempted from the process of being removed from the country? Categorically? No, you're putting the category in the right place. Categorically, it ought to be ineligible for review.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will.
Because I think there's been a misreading of the amendment on our part, and I would like to note that it's section 101, subparagraph A of section 101A43, which is limited to murder, rape, or sexual abuse of a minor. And exactly, except that we had overlooked the A, and so I want to acknowledge that. And
So, Madam Chair, would that mean you would?
they're not
support this
eligible
now?
anyhow, but I don't have a problem with specifying that because I think it's already covered in the bill. But, so I'd ask unanimous consent that we accept this amendment so we don't have to do a roll call, and we can see if there are all in favor are saying aye, unanimous consent, no one objects. Are there, please. Rape and murder is already excluded in the underlying bill. So,
What is on? Okay, I'm sorry. This is a very good example of when we are allowed to offer amendments and to have a discussion, and that we do improve the bill.
Well,
and this is something that doesn't always happen.
if the gentlelady would yield, I actually think it's redundant, but because it's redundant, I don't object. So,
I appreciate the chair's opinion, but I do not think it's redundant. And I think that it is an important part that we make it clear that we do not want murderers, rapists, and those who abuse children sexually to remain.
so unless, without objection, that amendment is I know we're doing it by unanimous consent. Are there
Without
additional
objection.
members who wish to offer, hearing no objection, are there additional amendments that would? Yes.
Yeah.
Correct. Are there additional amendments? If not,
Yeah, we're good. That amendment's in. Mr. Biggs.
Mr. Biggs, do you have another amendment you're trying to offer?
No, Madam Chair, I just want to make sure that you said that by unanimous consent that
Correct.
the amendment is
It's adopted, and there was no
adopted. Okay, very
objection.
good. Thank you.
Correct. Are there additional amendments? Mr. Buck has an amendment at the desk. Clerk will report, and Ms. Escobar reserves a point of order. The clerk said, does the clerk have an amendment?
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7946, offered by Mr. Buck of Colorado, page 14, beginning on line 23. Strike quote or K quote and insert quote K or S quote.
The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
I thank the chair for recognizing. Madam Chair, this is a very simple amendment. What it does is just adds obstruction of justice as a factor. And I think it's obvious that folks who have lied, who have obstructed justice, are not people who we want to fit under this underlying bill. The idea that someone would obstruct justice is offensive. It is that kind of misleading conduct. If they're going to lie in this situation, will they lie when they present evidence to an immigration judge? Will they lie in other circumstances? And so the act of lying, I think, is the kind of offense that we want to take seriously. It is clearly germane, and in this case, I think that we have a conviction for lying, for obstruction of justice, and now we're asking someone to fill out paperwork that would qualify them to be in the country, and it is the kind of conduct and underlying activity that we should take seriously as members of Congress, and with that, I would yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and the gentlelady from Texas does not insist on her point of order because the amendment is germane. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. You know, I recall, maybe I don't know, Mr. Gomert is still on, but I remember a constituent case of Mr. Gomert's a number of years ago where he had a businessman in his district who had, as I recall, he'll correct me if my recollection is incorrect, had to apply for a liquor license. I think it was a store that he had, and he had signed under penalty of perjury that he was an American citizen, but he did it by mistake because he also added his alien registration number on the form. So clearly, he wasn't trying to say that he was a U.S. citizen when he added his alien registration number. And what we found out was that although that was perjury, there was also no excuse for a false claim of citizenship. And Mr. Gomert felt at the time that it was really an injustice to this constituent of his. There are all kinds of situations of that nature that might at least be given consideration. As I note, of the 60 applicants for the current administrative program, only 16 have been approved, 8 have been denied, and I think to cut off the opportunity to at least be considered is not the right approach. I appreciate the gentleman's amendment. I'm no doubt that it's offered in good faith, but I would urge opposition to the amendment and yield back. Are there further? Mr. Biggs, do you want to be heard on this?
Yes, Madam Chair. Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I first of all want to commend the chair on her openness on the Fischbach amendment. I thought that was well done, and I give you thanks. Now, on this particular amendment, again, I'll get back to my litany that I've been talking about all day, and that is, under the current state of law, non-citizens serving the militaries are going to be protected. What we're talking about here are those who have committed a crime. Not just that they've committed a crime, but that they've been convicted of a crime. And as Mr. Bishop pointed out, there are at least four points of review. But the one he didn't count in his points of review here was that a judge or a jury has found the person guilty of the crime as well. So again, the Secretary can't waive for certain that this certainly cannot waive criminal conduct if somebody's already been removed. But the advisory committee is not so constrained. They don't have to take any of this stuff into account if the person's not yet been removed. So in this particular amendment, the reason I think this is important is because I want to expand on it, because it doesn't just talk about obstruction of justice, which, by the way, is an incredibly serious problem. But it talks about perjury, subornation of perjury, or bribery of a witness, for which the term of imprisonment is at least 1 year. So we're in the aggravated criminal statute, and we're talking about far more than just obstruction of justice. We're talking about any one of a series of very disquieting interferences with due process. I think those are serious offenses, and I'm perfectly content with including those as part of what you're doing in the limitation on the waivers. And Mr. Buck's amendment actually links it with subparagraph K, which is basically dealing again with human sex trafficking. So I think that's really important, and I think it's necessary. I think it's something that should be presented and approved, and I would encourage everyone to vote yes. And I didn't get a chance. I made it back to the committee just a tad too late to talk about the domestic violence amendment. So I want to mention that briefly before I yield back. And this notion that we shouldn't include domestic violence crimes as precluding someone from staying in the country or coming back to the country is so important. I literally prosecuted hundreds of domestic violence cases. And I rode along with police officers to domestic violence situations. I think it's a really serious crime. I think it's something that should not be treated lightly. And it has such enormous mental, emotional, and sometimes very serious physical ramifications for the victim, and in cases where families are there, every member of that family. It is detrimental to our society, and I think it's really important, and I wish we would have included that. And I wish that we wouldn't politicize it and have some people say, well, this side of the aisle doesn't care about domestic violence victims. Well, I had the opportunity to present cases dealing with domestic violence, and they're very serious, and I wish that we would have adopted that, and I hope that now we'll adopt Mr. Buck's amendment. And with that, Madam Chair, thank you so much, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Do additional members wish to be heard on this amendment? Mr. Massey.
Wish to speak on the amendment?
They are recognized.
And I yield time to Mr. Buck from Colorado.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I just want to point something out to the chair. First of all, I really appreciated Mr. Bishop and his description of the kind of discretion that is apparent and allowed at each stage of the proceeding. And I wanted to add a couple of discretionary actors in this process, not only for domestic violence, but for all these crimes that are listed here. And it really starts with the victim. The victim of domestic violence, the victim of any offense, can decide to call the police or not call the police. And then the next group are the police. And then the police present their case to a prosecutor who has discretion. The prosecutor then charges a case and moves forward with the case, and the next group are the citizens and the jury. So a jury has discretion over whether to hear a case or not hear a case, or whether to convict or not convict. And finally, the judge has discretion, not only at sentencing, but the judge can also rule and overrule a jury's verdict if the judge finds that it's not based on sufficient evidence. And so there is a number of areas of discretion in the system built in right there. But then in addition to the trial proceeding, then you've got the appellate proceedings, where you've got an appellate court that can rule on the underlying facts. And then it's presented to an immigration judge to determine whether that particular offense fits in with the statutory scheme for the immigration authorities. And so I think that's really important. But Madam Chair, I just wanted to read a little bit of this statute so we could get a feel for exactly what subsection S says. It says an offense relating to obstruction of justice, perjury, subornation of perjury, or bribery of a witness for which the term of imprisonment is at least 1 year. Of course, that only indicates that it is a felony, the term of imprisonment being at least 1 year. But the idea that this is not just obstruction of justice, but it is perjury, subornation of perjury, or bribery of a witness is really important. But when you look at the statute as a whole, you can see the significance that Congress placed in choosing subsection S. Subsection A is what we just allowed as an amendment to this bill: murder, rape, sexual abuse of a minor. Subsection B, illicit trafficking in a controlled substance. Subsection C, illicit trafficking in firearms or destructive devices. Subsection D, an offense described in Section 1956, money laundering, and 1957. This whole list of offenses that Congress has previously listed are serious offenses, and offenses that I think we should take seriously. And we get to this subsection S, which is the offense relating to obstruction of justice, perjury, subornation of perjury, or bribery of a witness. I think when you look at subsection S in the totality of this statute, you realize just how important our colleagues in the past have recognized this offense, and it is something that we should recognize as a serious offense also. And I would ask for support for this amendment. I yield back to my good friend from Kentucky.
I yield back, balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady from California, Chair, and let me try this one. Thank the gentlelady from California for yielding, and I have spent time listening either as I was called to other meetings, continued to listen to the debate, participated in it earlier, and here I am. Now we're here again. Let me recognize the unanimity of the past amendment, the rape, murder, abuse of a child that has been included. But I want to get back to the original premise of this legislation, and that is that veterans who are put in removal proceedings will have their whole cases reviewed. And it may include any number of circumstances. As indicated earlier by the gentlelady, I work extensively on post-traumatic stress disorder funding and also deal with veterans who have PTSD in my community, in my district. So we know that that is something that looms very large and now recognizable. Years ago, it was not. And I don't think we get anywhere by ignoring what the bill does, that there is a review process. And again, I'll use the term in quotes. My friends on the other side are wanting to ignore double jeopardy, which is they are being prosecuted, maybe convicted for whatever the allegation is, and they have already been such. Then you provide what for many would be a death knell, because I too think this is a great country of freedom And these veterans put on the uniform because they believe that as well. Their families are here. There is no doubt in this committee we have recognized that people can be rehabilitated, restored. So if this is something, I put quotes around it for whoever is mumbling over there. But in any event, those who understand the metaphor will understand the point that I'm making. In any event, I just think this long litany of what about this, what about this, what about this, completely ignores the basis of the bill. Someone who has been a veteran, someone who's served in the United States military, someone who's bled, who's wounded, who did 4 tours, 1 tour, was in a war, who served 20 years or served 5 years, and now comes upon circumstances where that they are a permanent resident, but they're not a citizen, and that it is the swap of deportation. And they might be in the midst of rehabilitation. I just think that the crux of the bill has a very important merit. It is very meritorious. It is the right thing to do. These individuals being reviewed may not be protected from being deported, but they will have the right to have this review, and that their veteran or their military service will count for whether or not it would be superior to whatever the incident is or the action that they participated in. I think that is the appropriate way to go. I mentioned in closing earlier a gentleman who was a firefighter, and he received a letter in the mail that he was to be deported. We were trying to track down why he had this letter and didn't have the ability for relief. And in the midst, it caused a family crisis. This is very emotional. They had been contributing to our community. We need firefighters. We need public safety officers. We need the public safety community, and we need the work that veterans can do when they return home from their service. Why deport if this commission can review and determine otherwise? So I oppose the amendment and the series of amendments that have occurred, including some previous ones that I'll speak about later, but in any event, to support the underlying bill. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back unless there are additional members wishing to be heard.
Madam Chair.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word, and I would yield my time to Mr. Buck.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding, and I just wanted to address with my friend the issue of double jeopardy. I think that when you look at the issue of double jeopardy, certainly someone who has committed a bank robbery and then applies for a gun permit is not only punished for the bank robbery, but then is punished a second time by not being able to purchase and possess a firearm. And I don't think any of us would disagree that that is appropriate, and Congress can, in fact, legislate in that way. When the gentlelady says that someone who has bribed a witness or committed perjury is punished a second time by not being admitted to the country, I don't believe that fits within the definition of double jeopardy. I don't think that's what it's intended by double jeopardy. Double jeopardy is being prosecuted for the same crime, for the same conduct in separate occasions. This is a penalty that is that flows from the original conviction, and I think in this case it is an appropriate penalty that flows from that conviction. I'd be glad to yield to the gentleman from Texas for further constitutional analysis, or the gentleman from Arizona.
Question is, would you be happy to yield to me? Because
Oh, I would be happy to yield to you, absolutely.
You're speaking, this is the gentlelady's time
Oh, I'm
here, I
sorry.
think. Will the gentlelady yield to me for a moment? I'm sorry.
Did Mr. Roy,
No, you're gonna yield to her? She's gonna, okay.
I would yield to the gentlelady from Texas.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the gentleman's gentlemanly definition. I happen to disagree. Again, let me say that I use it as a characterization, not the precise definition of double jeopardy. So I would simply say that you punish the person twice in the instance of them being a veteran. So we are trying to accept out veterans who wear the uniform, who have fought in a war, who have served admirably, and now are subject to deportation. In the instance of that veteran having an offense, and we have listed, you've had a number of amendments here, and we have a number of exceptions, but there are a number of amendments to add this and add that. To the extent that those particular offenses that you tried to get in had gotten in, that veteran more than likely might be incarcerated, might have already been in jail, might be out now, and then you add punishment by deporting them. So that's what I believe sort of uses the characterization of double jeopardy as opposed to its strict legal interpretation. You hit them twice, and they're a veteran, and I don't believe that they should be hit twice. I'll yield back.
Madam Chair, I yield my time to Mr. Roy from Texas.
I appreciated listening to the gentlelady from Texas, and I think, you know, I'm certain my colleagues on this side of the aisle are, you know, supportive of and, you know, of the belief that we should ensure that veterans who served honorably, who are here legally, are able to avail themselves of continued legal status, and that is current law. Again, everything we're talking about here has to do with those who are criminals. And while I think I understand what the gentlelady is suggesting with respect to a concept of double jeopardy, is decidedly not, as my colleague from Colorado was pointing out, the legal definition of double jeopardy. The fact is, and he walked through it, and my friend from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, walked through it, the due process, all of the redundancies in our legal system you go through. In the due process, you've been convicted in a court of law, you're a criminal, and the question here then is your status, and should you stay here? And these questions, now we're talking about obstruction of justice. We're trying to figure out which things is it, you know, that we believe, you know, merit ensuring the people who stay in the United States or have legal permanent residence are those who are deserving. And that's simply the question. We've already acknowledged that there are some that aren't. Right? So, I mean, that's the whole point here. We're having a debate here about, you know, categories because we recognize there are some categories that are not deserving of staying in the United States. And I think that's what we're trying to flush out. And I'd yield back since I'm over my time.
Gentleman yields back, and the time has expired. Unless there are further members, and I think everybody who's asked has already asked to speak, the question occurs on the amendment that has been offered. All who favor the amendment will indicate by saying aye. Opposed will indicate by saying no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and a recorded vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren?
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee? Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen?
Just take a minute.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch? Ms. Bass?
Bass votes no.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries? Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu? Mr. Raskin? Mr. Raskin?
I guess I'm copying.
Smart way to.
Mr. Raskin, did you unmute? Mr. Raskin?
Well, I have a question about.
Florida House on Capitol Hill.
Ms. Jayapal?
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Stimmings? Ms. Stimmings?
No.
Ms. Stimmings votes no. Mr. Correa?
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones? Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush? Mr. Jordan? Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat?
Aye.
Mr. Shabbat votes
Aye.
aye. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Issa? Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stube? Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy?
Just made it.
Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop?
Aye.
Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach? Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz?
Aye. Mr. Benz votes aye.
Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes aye.
How is Mr. Jordan recorded?
Mr. Jordan is not recorded.
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes.
Mr. Issa votes yes.
Mr. Issa votes yes.
Is that Mr. Deutsch?
Deutsch votes no.
Mr. Deutsch votes no.
Mr. Liu votes no.
Mr. Liu votes no.
Mr. Raskin votes no.
Mr. Raskin votes no.
Are there additional members wishing to cast their vote or to change their vote? If not, then the clerk will report, please. Clerk will report. Oh, is Mr. Gates trying to log on? Okay.
Madam Chair, there are 15 ayes and 20 noes.
And the amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does Mr. Roy seek recognition?
to speak on the underlying bill.
Gentleman is recognized to strike last word.
I thank the chair. One of the issues that I think a few of my colleagues have addressed is, one of the reasons why we're zeroing in on the specificity of this legislation is just frankly a fundamental lack of trust of the Department of Homeland Security, or frankly any of our federal departments. I just don't trust the secretary. It's that simple. And I don't know why I would. The Secretary of Homeland Security sat at that table, looked at me in the face of a statute defining operational control, and said to me and to this committee and all Americans watching that this administration has operational control of our border. And it's a flat lie. Even just today, St. Beto O'Rourke in Texas was out on the campaign trail and was asked that question. And he said, yeah, I don't see how that could be the case. He was asked the question whether we have operational control of the border, whether it was secure. And St. Beto said he did not see how that could be the case based on all of the conversations he was having and all of his observations. Now, how could that be? How does that fit with the narrative? I'll just tell you why I don't trust the secretary to do any of this, in addition to the fact that he lied to me, lied to America, lied to everyone on this committee. It's accusing Border Patrol agents of whipping human beings that was also a flat-out lie, not apologizing for it, and running a scam procedure to then give them some administrative punishment. Why would I trust that secretary? Why would I trust a secretary that that puts out a memo saying it's not enough to be here illegally for ICE to then go remove them? Why would I trust a secretary that isn't detaining anybody at all but releasing them into the United States under parole and under notice to appear and not in fact doing any asylum proceedings? No, it is true. It is true. Speak to the people at the border where they've got the proceedings where they're literally running them into tent facilities and releasing people under notice to appear and parole, skipping right over doing any credible fear asylum claims. They'll tell you that right at the border. They're not doing it. They're flat releasing them under parole and giving them notice to appear. Why would I trust a secretary or an administration or my colleagues that go down in white pantsuits and cry looking across bars, all for effect, all bogus? The entire story was made up. Why would I trust? Why would I trust a secretary who now has the lowest ICE removal numbers in DHS history? Why would I trust that secretary? Why would I trust the secretary to use this discretion, even if it's for veterans? But I remind you, veteran criminals who've gone through due process and convicted of a crime. Why would I trust the secretary to make a good decision? It's simply just not possible for me to talk to the people on the border, talk to people involved at the Department of Homeland Security today, knowing precisely what this administration is doing purposefully, to use every possible tool in the book. And by the way, we're about to take up a bill to grant even more discretion, to provide even more avenues for the secretary to say, you can be released into the United States. Literally. It's like, it's not enough. 2 million's not enough. 850,000 gotaways is not enough. Over 50 terrorist affiliates, not enough. Not enough gang members, robbers, and rapists that are getting caught coming into our country, not enough. We got to provide every tool in the book. So I'm going to oppose this bill. not because I don't support veterans who serve honorably, but because I don't support an administration that I can't trust. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back unless there are additional.
I'll talk.
Gentleman from Ohio, the ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just picking up where my friend from Texas was, you know why we don't have operational control? Because they don't want it. They don't want control of the border. This is intentional. We talked about this when we had the secretary here. Month after month after month, we set records for illegal migrants coming into the country. Month after month. Never forget what the secretary said when he first took the job. He said, we are executing our plan. Month after month of record numbers, the secretary says we are executing our plan. Their plan, it's intentional, deliberate, premeditated to not have operational control of the border. And of course we don't trust this guy. The gentleman's point is so well taken. Why would we give more discretion, more power, more authority to someone we do not trust and who is intentionally not following the law, intentionally opening up the border? How can we trust someone who came in front of this committee, as the gentleman pointed out, sat at that table right there, and we asked him a question about the 42 people who came across the border who were on the terrorist watch list, and we asked him a simple question. Now remember, this is the Secretary of Homeland Security, whose job is to make sure the country is secure as possible. We asked him a question about the 42 individuals who came across the border who were on the terrorist watch list. We said, what is their status? Anyone remember what his answer was? I don't know. The Secretary of Homeland Security said, I don't know. Now, you're coming in front of the Judiciary Committee for the first time since you've been Secretary of Homeland Security, and it's been reported that 42 individuals come across the border and on the terrorist watch list. You would think he would have done his homework and could at least tell us the status of those individuals, but he couldn't. We didn't know the status of those individuals until the following Sunday on one of the Sunday shows where he told us, because he got asked by someone, I forget what show he was on that Sunday. So the gentleman from Texas is right, and it's where Republicans are on this bill. Why would we support that? Why would we give more discretion, more authority to folks with the kind of track record we have seen where we actually, folks from Texas know this, we no longer have a border. It is complete chaos. There is no border. And we've set record after record after record, month after month after month. And I would yield to the gentleman for Texas if he has further comments on the legislation.
Well, I think the gentleman from Ohio, I do want to go back to this revelation today that the current gubernatorial candidate, Democrat Beto O'Rourke, asked today, is the border secure and do we have operational control? And he said, effectively, no. Why would that be? Why would the Democratic candidate for governor in Texas have to answer the question that way? Could it be because he's in a race for governor and he's trying to appeal to the people of Texas and the people of Texas know the truth? Is that what it could be? I think it speaks for itself. I think we know exactly why that's the case. And stay tuned for him to change his sentiment tomorrow when he's speaking to a different audience. But the fact of the matter is, we know precisely what this administration is doing. It is to advance, and the words of the Deputy Press Secretary of the White House in the United States, a liberal world order. Wide open borders, no sovereignty, no respect for the rule of law, no belief in the American exceptionalism and greatness that is built on the rule of law and a secure border. And this is an extension of that, and the legislation coming is an extension of that. And every bill that is being offered in this committee regarding this issue is an extension of that, and a complete abomination and undoing of the rule of law. I yield back to the gentleman from Ohio.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Unless there is an additional, Mr. Fitzgerald, do you have an amendment?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment, and the gentlelady from Texas reserves a point of order.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7946, offered by Mr. Fitzgerald of Wisconsin. Page 14, line 23, insert quote C, quote after quote A, quote.
Gentlelady does not insist on a point of order since this is germane, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. We should honor those who have served, but those who have been given due process after committing dangerous crimes should not subsequently be allowed to be given a green card. It's pretty simple. This administration certainly hasn't earned the benefit of the doubt when it comes to the border issues, as we've discussed back and forth here in this committee. Certainly, there are many questions. Those trafficking firearms are often involved in drug and human trafficking or smuggling as well. This amendment simply would prevent the granting of a green card to an illegal alien who has been convicted of trafficking firearms. I would just simply ask the committee to support the amendment, very similar to what we've seen earlier this evening. But again, I think highlights the idea that there are specific individuals that should not be given the benefit of the doubt. And I would urge my colleagues to vote for the amendment. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. I would note that the exclusion already, I'm looking for my notes here, includes individuals who pose a threat to national security. That's in the underlying bill. If someone had an offense that was 10 years old or 20 years old and was a veteran, I think having the opportunity to at least make their case is a reasonable one. But if there is a current belief that the applicant is a risk to national security, then they're excluded from consideration. I think that covers what needs to be covered, and I would hope that we can move forward and vote on this amendment and hopefully the underlying bill. And with that, I yield back. Anyone else wish to be? Mr. Biggs, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I would just say there's been a common theme of the amendments that we've tried to go for, and that is if you're convicted of an aggravated felony, after all the due process that you've had, you probably shouldn't be allowed to be brought back into the country. You probably should be removed. I mean, you're going to have a separate hearing on that anyway, but trafficking in firearms or destructive devices or in explosive materials, I'm finding it hard to understand why we'd say, well, you know what, we can waive that. We can waive that if you've been convicted of that. And I appreciate my friend from Texas who was talking earlier about double jeopardy, and I do think she was talking about it as a metaphor. But there is no reality to that double jeopardy or collateral estoppel type of argument. I mean, because that wouldn't go. Now, I wanted to address something else which I didn't get a chance to talk about earlier because I hadn't come back from voting yet. And that is something that the ranking member had talked about earlier today, and that is the gentleman who came in and disrupted our proceeding a week or so ago. The institution that we have today is really very different than it was just a few short years ago. That individual, he didn't just walk in like it used to be. He didn't walk in. He had to be let in. Somebody let him in. And oddly enough, we have videotape of it. We don't. The chair does. The chair has access to it and can get that. And so someone knowingly escorted somebody in. And our institution looks very, very different today, both in the House rules, the interactions that we have. And that's one reason Madam Chair, I commended you earlier today for accepting that amendment, because that has become unique and very different, and I appreciate it very much. But if we took Mr. Johnson of Georgia's logic to its conclusion, because he said, well, we seek answers about January 6th. I would wonder if he was suggesting that the question about Mr. Hogg's presence, who brought him in, his outburst, it was obvious. There isn't anybody here that didn't think at some point that was going to happen because he has a track record in history. So I would wonder if Mr. Johnson of Georgia is suggesting that we have a separate committee formed to investigate, and if that's the case, is that committee going to be made up of 8 Democrats and 5 Republicans that were actually chosen by the Democrats? We're going to see doctored videos, leaked selected testimony, et cetera. I don't know. But I do know one thing. We have a real sense of two-tiered justice in the world today. We have recently revealed that it looks like the whistleblowers have indicated that the Department of Justice and the FBI were actually downplaying and not fully investigating the computer of Hunter Biden. We have stock trades that are eerily timed to make millions of dollars for members of Congress. So there's some unique aspects to all of this, and I think that to put this to rest, I would urge the leaders of this committee to please get the video, look at it, find out who let the individual in. Let's get there. But then getting back to the amendment, which I think is an appropriate amendment, I find it intriguing that the argument would be made that for whatever reason, somebody who is trafficking in firearms and explosive materials is going to be given a pass with regard to an extraordinary benefit. And it isn't like they're just merely accused. They're convicted of it. That's what I find so intriguing about saying, well, we're not going to worry about that. These people are dangerous, obviously dangerous. That's the crime. With that, I urge us to adopt the Fitzgerald Amendment, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Hearing no additional members asking to speak, the question is on the amendment. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it,
Roll call.
and a roll call vote is requested. The clerk will please call the roll.
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren?
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee? Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch? Ms. Bass?
No.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries? Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal?
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Dimmings?
No.
Ms. Dimmings votes no. Mr. Correa?
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath?
McBath votes no.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones? Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush? Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat?
You're muted, Mr. Shabbat. Mr. Shabbat, you need to unmute to vote.
Not unmuted.
Am I recorded?
Mr. Shabbat?
How's this recorded?
How is Mr. Shabbat recorded?
Mr. Shabbat is not recorded.
You need to unmute, Mr. Shabbat.
Steve, you're a yes.
Aye. Shabbat votes aye. Aye.
Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Isa?
Aye.
Mr. Isa votes aye. Mr. Buck?
The question is now on the Galway A&S as amended.
Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye.
Could members on the remote please mute if you're not speaking? Thank you.
Mr. Stubbe?
As amended. Ordering it to.
Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop?
Aye.
Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach? Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz?
Benz votes aye.
Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes aye.
How's Swallow recorded?
Mr. Swalwell, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no.
How am I recorded?
Mr. Deutsch, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Deutsch votes no.
Are there additional members wishing to cast or change their votes? If not, the clerk will report.
Madam Chair, there are 14 ayes and 19 noes.
And the amendment is not agreed to. Unless there are additional, Mr. Owens, did you want, are you seeking recognition?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment, and the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar, reserves a point of order.
Thank you. This amendment would simply prohibit the Secretary from waiving inadmissibility.
The clerk needs to report the amendment first. Excuse me for interrupting.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7946, offered by Mr. Owens of Utah, page 14, line 20, strike 3, and insert 310C.
Thank you.
The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you. This amendment would simply prohibit the Secretary from waiving inadmissibility based on international child abduction in order to give green card to a veteran who's been deported or has been ordered removed from the United States. This is a simple amendment. I have nothing but respect for our veterans and come from a long line of military service. International child abduction is a serious problem. Children are the most vulnerable among us, and individuals who are convicted of abducting a child and taking them across international borders, whether their own or others, simply do not deserve an exemption to the rule. I appreciate that individuals who serve are at risk of PTSD and other potential issues, but let's let the proper committees focus on mental health care of our veterans. I ask you to join me in supporting this amendment and stand up for justice for children and their families, especially those who suffer so much at the hands of someone who would violate their safety by kidnapping them and moving across borders. I'll yield back.
The gentlelady does not insist on her point of order because the amendment is germane, and I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. I think it's worth noting that the exception specified in the amendment is not necessarily a criminal case, but a conduct case. These, I think many of us have been involved in some of these terrific, really, they're generally custody disputes, and they can be really very terrible. Where am I looking? I think we do need to look at this on a case-by-case basis, and I would expect that in an egregious case, the individual seeking relief would be denied that relief. But these messy custody disputes can sometimes be resolved in a way that is acceptable to the individuals who are fighting over their children, and to make the case that a person, a veteran, involved in that custody dispute would not at least have an opportunity to seek relief, I think would be mistaken, and understanding that having been involved in trying to settle some of these matters, and I think many of us have been over the years, it is a serious matter, but it is possible sometimes to satisfactorily resolve them, this issue. So I would urge no vote on the amendment, but agree with the author, Mr. Owens, that this is, in fact, a very distressing situation when it does occur.
Madam Chair, may I have a question, please?
I would certainly yield to the gentleman.
Would striking or making it, striking there's a portion that says their child, theirs or others. If it's not their child, would this then apply? If it's other children that have been abducted, not their own?
Well, you can't, with this amendment, it would not be germane to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act. It would be beyond the scope. I mean, if you incorporate a provision of the act, it was germane, but to amend the underlying statute would not be, it'd be beyond the scope of these proceedings, unfortunately.
All right, let me see if I understand then. It says whether their own or others. So if I were to strike whether their own and just said taking them across international borders, others, taking others across international borders simply does not deserve exemption. Would that change?
Reclaiming my time, I don't think that fixes the problem, and as you know, we have already human trafficking is already explicitly denied as an offense that would allow for application for relief. So I think what you're describing is a human trafficking situation, not a custody dispute, and that's already prohibited. So at this point, I would yield back my time and see if there are additional members wishing to be heard on the amendment. If not, then the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor will say aye.
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 All those opposed will say no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it,
Roll call.
and a roll call is requested. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren?
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch?
Oh, you gotta go?
Ms. Bass?
I think
No.
Mr. Johnson,
Bass votes no.
Mr. Johnson was trying to be heard, I believe.
Yesterday, he wanted
Ms.
to
Bass
go.
votes no.
Clerk will continue.
Mr. Jeffries? Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu? Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Stimmings?
No.
Ms. Stimmings votes no. Mr. Correa?
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath?
Macbeth votes no.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
Jayapal votes no. Oh, sorry.
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean?
Dean votes no.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones? Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush? Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat?
Aye.
Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Isa?
Aye.
Mr. Isa votes aye. Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stube? Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop?
Yes.
Mr. Bishop votes yes. Ms. Fishbach? Ms. Fishbach votes yes. Ms. Sparts? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes aye.
Hang on. Hang on. How is Jayapal recorded?
Ms. Jayapal, you are not recorded.
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no.
Are there additional members seeking? Seeking recognition to vote or change their vote? Ms. Jackson Lee, do you wish to cast your vote? Well, I guess Ms. Jackson Lee is not here. We'll have the clerk report.
Ms. Jackson Lee, you are not recorded. Ms. Jackson Lee votes no.
It performs so well.
If a Republican member asked to be recognized now, I would do the same thing. Clerk will report.
Madam Chair, there are 13 ayes and 18 noes.
And the amendment is not agreed to. For what purposes, Mr. Johnson, seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, Madam Chairman, Madam Chair, I have a amendment at the desk. I'm sorry it's late.
Clerk will report the amendment, and Ms. Escobar reserves a point of order.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7946, offered by Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Page 8, after line 25, insert the following. 4, precluding factor. In conducting each case review under paragraph 1, the advisory committee shall consider as a factor requiring a recommendation under paragraph 1B whether the member of the armed forces, veteran, or covered family member has been convicted of 2 offenses for driving while intoxicated, including a conviction for driving while under the influence of or impaired by alcohol or drugs. Page 14, line 21, strike or. Page 14, line 24, insert or 2 convictions for driving while intoxicated, including a conviction for driving while under the influence of or impaired by alcohol or drugs before if.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an important one. We've heard a lot about the bill and its intention today, but the language of this amendment is very simple, and I think it addresses a very serious problem. This is not a joke. This is a very serious problem that every member of this committee at one point or another, even in recent years, has lamented. DUI fatalities on our roadways. And as was just explained here, it simply says that we would add as a precluding factor for this advisory committee that they have to consider, they must consider as a factor requiring recommendation for removal, whether the individual involved has been convicted, not just charged, convicted of 2 offenses for driving while intoxicated. That would include under the influence of impaired by alcohol or drugs. So we've got a serial drunk driver who is involved in a matter of great import. So everybody on this committee will remember back in September last fall, we had a markup on a number of immigration bills, and I introduced several amendments that would prevent illegal alien drunk drivers from securing a green card. There was great opposition from the Democrat authors of the bills and everybody on this committee, all the Democrats on this committee, and during the discussion of my amendments, Chairman Nadler said he was fine with illegal aliens with 6 or 10 or 20 or, quote, any number of convictions for DUI, unquote, getting green cards. Let me give you a few tragic examples of illegal immigrants who were killed, who have killed American citizens in a DUI. In 2010, Carlos Martinelli Montano, an illegal alien with multiple DUI convictions, killed a nun who was on her way to a religious retreat. He was charged with yet another DUI. In 2019, Heriberto Perez Velasquez, an illegal alien and repeat immigration violator, was arrested for DUI. In 2020, Ernesto Lopez Morales, an illegal immigrant from Guatemala, killed a 5-year-old girl when he hit her with his car while driving drunk. He then fled the scene to go get more alcoholic beverages. So the question is, what is the majority going to do with this one? Surely we should agree that some people are so dangerous that they merit removal. Is the majority okay with individuals like the ones that I just addressed in those examples remaining in this country just because they were members of the armed services at one point? Remember, the veterans in question under this bill did not file for or complete their citizenship process, even though they had ample opportunity to do so immediately upon signing up for the military. I just think that there is a line over which we should not cross. And there are issues that transcend party politics. There are issues about the public safety of law-abiding citizens in this country, and this is one that I think everyone should logically agree with. So, let's go for it. Convicted of 2 or more offenses for DUI, should they be precluded or not? I yield back. Balance my time.
The point of order is withdrawn since the amendment is germane, and I will recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. No one will disagree that driving under the influence is a very serious issue, and no one wants to see individuals who are true threats to public safety get relief under this bill. The bill accomplishes that by barring applicants convicted of a serious offense and by authorizing the Secretary to deny those who pose a current threat to public safety. It's worth taking a look at the role of alcohol in the lives of our veterans and our armed forces. Alcohol abuse is a problem that is extraordinarily prevalent among veterans. Recent military studies have estimated that about 25% of service members abuse alcohol after they return from deployment. Of the veterans who enter substance abuse treatment programs, 65% report that alcohol is their primary substance of abuse. There's an increased likelihood of alcoholism among veterans, and of course, that can lead to drinking and driving, which is a terrible crime. It's been reported that veterans of Afghanistan and Iraq have a 75% higher rate of fatal accidents on the road compared to civilians, in part because of increased prevalence of drunk driving. Now, this bill takes all of that into account and would allow the Secretary to waive this when there are certain old crimes and it's appropriate. I think probably most of us know someone, either in our neighborhood or in our church or in our family, who's had an addiction to alcohol. And hopefully, some of us have seen such an individual actually recover. Recovery is possible. It's worth noting that the crimes, taking the sample of those who applied under the administrative program, of the those who asked for relief, the 60 requests, the vast majority of them are over 10 years old and in 53, and 55 of them are over 20 years old. It is possible, and I think we probably all know individuals who had one or, if you have 2 DUIs, it's almost a certainty that you're an alcoholic. And the good news is that alcoholics can get treatment, and they can recover, and they can never do it again. And so I would, we have the tools for the Secretary to deny relief to people who are a current threat. That would be people with recent convictions or people who have not recovered. But I would say this, that we should leave open the opportunity for somebody who had 2 DUI convictions 10 or 15 or 20 years ago, that they might be eligible for this discretionary relief. And that's why I think this amendment should not be approved. And I think we are thoroughly protected from those who are a current threat because of the underlying provisions in the bill. And with that, I would yield back.
Madam Chair.
Gentleman from Ohio, the ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to speak on the amendment. I appreciate the gentleman's amendment. And I feel like we've been down this road before. In fact, I was a few months ago, and I think the gentleman from Louisiana offered a similar amendment, and we were hoping that the Democrats had seen the light and were willing to do the right thing here, but based on the chairman's comments, it looks like that's not the case. But I would yield to the gentleman from Louisiana for further explanation on why this is so darn important.
I thank the gentleman, and it is very important. And you know, I don't disagree with much of what the chair has said. I mean, alcohol abuse is a terrible plague on society. I mean, it does affect individuals and families and whole communities, and it's a terrible thing. And we all pray for those who are adversely affected by it. Certainly, our veterans, for the tragedy and the trauma that many of them have been through. They're driven to alcohol, and that is, I completely agree, it's a terrible thing. But here's the important point. When that is taken to the roadway, it is a crime because it then jeopardizes public safety. And that's a different issue. It risks the lives of others. That is what makes it an issue of such great public concern. And of course, we cheer for the recovery of addicts. Obviously, we pray for, we help those. We believe and fully support redemption for those who are struggling with the disease of alcoholism or substance abuse. But again, that is a different issue. The question is, are we going to allow persons who have been identified, and again, convicted, not charged, convicted of multiple DUIs, at least 2 here, should not that be one of the preclusions, one of the precluding factors? I can't imagine that it's not something that we would carefully consider and add to the bill, because we have a track record of illegal aliens driving under the influence and killing law-abiding American citizens. I mean, that's enough. That should be enough. And so for that reason, I just urge my colleagues to very thoughtfully consider this amendment. I believe we ought to support it. I think it makes really good sense. I yield back to the gentleman from Ohio.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Unless there are further, gentleman is recognized. Arizona.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate this amendment, and I support the amendment. It was just a little over 8 years ago that Mesa Police Sergeant Brandon Mendoza was driving on a suburban freeway in the Phoenix metro area. He was hit head-on by an SUV driven by Raul Silva Corona. Mendoza was riding his police motorcycle. Mr. Silva Corona had a blood alcohol content of 0.238. 0.238. Just about 3 times the legal limit. He is also high on methamphetamine. 10 years ago, the number of people who were killed by drunk drivers exceeded 10,000. 6 years ago, it was about the same, over 10,000. I appreciate, I'm not suggesting in any way that anyone in this committee doesn't appreciate the gravity and seriousness of driving while impaired due to alcohol, DUIs. Data from CDC, estimates by CDC is that before somebody is ever even caught for DUI, they have driven impaired multiple times. And what I think the gentleman from Louisiana is suggesting by this is, at least what my takeaway is, two convictions for a very serious offense like driving under the influence indicates that that person, as the chair has said, probably has an alcohol problem. And quite frankly, we should not be facilitating that dangerous habit. And I again have to go through this litany that I keep going through. The current state of the law says a non-citizen serving the military gains status. But the bill is focusing on criminal activity, people who've been convicted of crimes. This amendment is focusing on individuals who've been convicted of 2 DUIs. Seems to me that has a certain imperative when we see that. And with that, I would say this, like so many of the other amendments offered today, it should be supported. I would hope it would be supported and adopted. And with that, I'm going to yield. Do you need to? Yield back to the chair.
Gentleman yields back, unless there's further requests for time, and I see none. The question is on the amendment. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Nadler? Ms. Lofgren?
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee?
No.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch? Ms. Bass?
No.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries? Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal?
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Dimmings?
No.
Ms. Dimmings votes no. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath?
Macbeth votes no.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean?
Dean votes no.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones? Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush? Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat?
Aye.
Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Isa?
Aye.
Mr. Isa votes aye. Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop?
I'm on my way back from the night shift. I vote aye.
Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach? Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes aye.
Nadler votes aye. Votes no.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Mr. Swalwell, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no.
Is that Mr. Gomert? You need to unmute to vote, Mr. Gomert. We can't hear you, Mr. Gomert. How is Mr. Raskin?
Mr. Raskin is recorded as no.
Votes aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye.
There we go. I think Raskin is a no.
Mr. Raskin votes no.
Does any other member seek to vote or to change their vote? If not, the clerk will please report.
Madam Chair, there are 14 ayes and 18 noes.
And the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Johnson, do you have an amendment?
I do, Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report, and Ms. Escobar reserves a point of order.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7946, offered by Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Page 8, after line 25, insert the following. 4, precluding factor. In conducting each case review under paragraph 1, the advisory committee shall consider as a factor requiring a recommendation under paragraph 1B whether the member of the armed forces, veteran, or covered family member has been convicted of 5 offenses for driving while intoxicated, including a conviction for driving while under...
I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read, and the gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 5 minutes. Behalf of his amendment, and the gentlelady from Texas withdraws her point of order.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we're right to dispense with the reading. This is exactly an identical amendment to the one we just discussed, except for the change in line 6. And we are going to change that to a person who has been convicted of 5 offenses for driving while intoxicated. Now, let me do just a reset quickly here, because I think we're in a late hour of this hearing, and many people may have lost sight of the underlying bill and what we're doing here. H.R. 7946 is the Democrats' latest attempt to target sympathetic populations to slowly erode enforcement of U.S. immigration laws. H.R. 7946 continues this effort by focusing on persons in this bill who have served at some point in the military. So here's what it does. The bill establishes a bureaucratic advisory committee filled with members appointed by DHS Secretary Mayorkas. They have input on whether an alien who served or has served in the U.S. military at some point, or their alien spouse or child, should be removed from the country pursuant to our plain, well-written immigration law. Except that under this bill, Secretary Mayorkas would have the authority to prevent that removal of the alien, maybe who served in the military decades ago, but who would otherwise be removable under the law based on convictions for serious crimes, and that would include a DUI, or trafficking in firearms or explosive devices, or any of the other issues that we've talked about today, the other crimes. Congress should be focused on pressuring this administration to enforce our U.S. immigration laws, to secure our border, to ensure the safety and sovereignty and security of our nation and its people, and make U.S. immigration system, make that system work on behalf of law-abiding citizens. But instead, the Democrats on this committee are wasting time considering bills that do nothing to secure the border. In fact, as in this case, they make the situation much more dangerous because they would reward persons who have broken our laws and exacerbate the Biden border crisis. So in rejecting my previous amendment that I brought, opposing my previous amendment, the chair said, and I would quote you, Madam Chair, I mean, you said, I oppose this amendment because, quote, 2 DUI convictions, 10 or 15 or maybe 20 years ago, unquote, should not be a precluding factor. So not just to illustrate the absurdity of where this might go, but really to determine if there is any end to the insatiable appetite to water down our immigration laws. I wonder if 5 convictions for DUI offenses might be enough. Simply put, that's what the amendment does. So with that, I yield back the remainder of my time, and I hope and urge that my colleagues will support this common sense amendment.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. And I noticed earlier that the point of order had been withdrawn. Just taking a look at the data that we got from DHS for those who've applied for administrative relief, I think it's worth noting that 40 of them are over 60, 70 are between the years 70 and 79 years old, and the age of the criminal conviction, more than half are more than 20 years old. As I said with the prior amendment, if you have multiple DUI convictions, 2 or certainly 5, you're an alcoholic. You got a serious problem. And we know that there are many veterans who do have a serious problem with alcohol. As I mentioned in the prior amendment, the good news is that alcoholics can actually recover and stop abusing alcohol and stop being a threat to others. So if you had 1, 2, or yes, even 5 convictions 20 years ago, and you're no longer an alcoholic, and you're 79 years old, I don't think that's a current threat to the United States. At least you ought to have the opportunity to have your case reviewed. We have ample opportunity for the Secretary to deny any application if there's a current threat to the public safety, which would be the case if you had someone who had not recovered. So I think the possibility for recovery for alcoholics, if there's an old conviction, I think at least that case, if they're a veteran, should at least be reviewed by the Secretary. And with that,
Would the gentlelady yield?
I would be happy to yield.
I hear you, and I know your heart, and I believe that you operate in good faith. I respect you as a legislator, but respectfully, I would say that the argument you're making in opposition really doesn't, in this case, just doesn't make a lot of sense. We believe in compassion and redemption and recovery for those persons who have this disease of addiction to alcohol and substance and abuse and the rest. But here's the thing: you just said in this case, more than half the convictions are more than 20 years old, and you said, if somebody's 79 years old and they were convicted of 5 DUIs 20 years ago, they should be given special attention, or they should not be automatically precluded. But what if the convicted criminal is not 79 years old? What if they're 29 years old? What if it happened last year and not 20 years ago? I mean, that's a realistic application of the law. So maybe
Reclaiming my time.
Sure.
This is, the bill structure allows for a case-by-case review. And that's the whole point, that if you've got someone who got 5 DUIs last year, that person is not going to get the benefit. But if
How do we know? How do we know?
Because we have, the Secretary is charged with making sure that someone who is a threat to the public safety is not granted relief. So I realize that, members on the other side of the aisle have expressed concern that, or actually lack of confidence in the Secretary of Homeland Security. I would point out that a very large percentage of those who've applied under the administrative procedure have been denied. So the idea that there's going to be some automatic approval is not supported by the evidence accumulated to date. I do know, honestly, if you want to talk about 5 DUIs or 3 DUIs or 1, if you've got multiple DUIs, I think someone said probably you've been driving drunk before you got caught. I think that's definitely the case. You got 5 DUIs. It's really, it could have been 10 times that you were driving drunk, but the cop was only there for 5 of those offenses. This is an alcoholic, someone who's got a problem and who's a threat if they're in a car until they get recovery, until they get that past them. And I just think if someone recovers and through God's grace can find a way forward free of the disease of alcoholism and not pose a threat, the conviction was a long time ago, at least they ought to have a chance to have their case considered. You and I may disagree, but I don't think this is irrational. And with that, I yield back.
Madam Chairman.
I think Mr. Shabbat is next, and then Mr. McClintock. Mr. Shabbat.
Thank you. Move to strike last word.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What the chairman has just said here today is that we should trust the Secretary of Homeland Security to make the call on this. Well, I certainly don't trust this Secretary of Homeland Security to make the call on this or virtually anything else. This is the same Secretary of Homeland Security that said that they've got the border under control. That's right. I mean, that is just laughable, and would be laughable if it wasn't such a serious matter, because we got folks streaming across that border, some of them getting killed, drowning in the Rio Grande, or getting here into this country. A minority, not the majority, commit crimes, but some do, and American citizens, for the most part, are going to be the victims of those crimes, whether they're property crimes or whether they're crimes to the person, such as assault or rape, or in some cases, unfortunately, even murder. So that's what we're talking about, is trusting this Homeland Security Secretary, who has shown time and time again that he cannot be trusted or even believed. That's the person that we're trusting. And the gentleman from Louisiana offered a perfectly legitimate amendment, saying not just if this person has a DUI that they ought to not be able to stay in this country, but 2 DUIs. The Democrats, to a person, voted that down. They said, no, 2 DUIs is just fine. So the gentleman from Louisiana said, okay, how about 5? I mean, think of that, 5 DUIs, 5. Now, statistics will show, and I practiced law for quite some time and know this area pretty well. And if a person is convicted of a DUI, statistics will show you that they've actually driven while under the influence of alcohol and putting at risk the public probably dozens of times. That's for each one of those times. But we're talking about 5 times. Now, the Democrats say, well, that's okay. We'll let those folks stay in this country and not be deported. That's just nuts. So many people in this country over the years have been injured, maimed, killed by DUI drivers. I mean, it's horrific if it's an American citizen that does that. But we're talking about people that came here illegally and allowing them to stay and not be deported, even though they've committed crimes. I mean, it's just absolutely incredible. I mean, think you can be driving down a highway in your own town or on one of the streets. You got the kids in the back of the car. Everybody's minding their own business. You got the music on. You're thinking about what you're going to have for dinner or whatever it might be. And you've got some person who's blasted out of their mind because they've drank incredible amounts of alcohol sometimes. When somebody really is addicted to alcohol, it's incredible how high the alcohol content in that person can be in their blood or in a breathalyzer test or in a toxalyzer, whichever one that particular state uses. But you're driving down the road, you got this person who's just blasted out of their mind and either falls asleep or doesn't pay attention. They come across the center line. If you're alone, they take you out, and that's it. But oftentimes it's an entire family, and if they're not killed, they're maimed for life. And to say that, well, we're going to take that risk with your family, with people that have multiple DUIs that came into this country illegally, 5 DUIs, and the Democrats are saying, that's just fine. That's okay with us. Because we trust Mayorkas, the head of the Homeland Security Department, the guy that says, hey, we got the border under control. Everything's fine. Nobody's coming in. Look the other way. You know, don't believe your lying eyes. We got it under control. We know what chaos it is down there, but we're going to trust this guy that his decision to let folks come in here and maybe take out your whole family. It's just unconscionable. We all ought to vote for this gentleman's amendment. 5 DUIs, just remember that. Those that vote yes say absolutely not.
Somebody has.
You know, it ought to be 2, but 5, of course. But the Democrats, let's see how they vote this next time. They said 2 is enough. Let's see if 5 is too many for them. We'll see. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word. Oh, the other gentleman.
The other gentleman.
There are so many gentlemen from the great state of California.
Mr. Correa.
I would yield to the other gentleman from California.
Thank you, the chairman and the gentleman from California. I just wanted to, as I listened to my colleagues debate this amendment in this bill, I also wanted to remind people who and what we're talking about today. We're not talking about undocumented serving in our nation. We're talking about legal residents that have served our country honorably, have been honorably discharged, and for whatever reason have gotten in trouble with the law, and because of those convictions have essentially lost the ability to live in the country that they've known as their home, to live in the country they have fought for on numerous occasions, but because of that conviction, they are deported. Essentially, this bill says, give a case-by-case review, look at the facts, because as my colleagues have said, what ifs, what ifs? The world is full of what ifs, and that's why you have essentially discretion here to determine whether an individual that committed a crime, spent time in jail, once he got out of jail, paid a second price, which is the loss of the ability to legally live in this country. This is what this legislation is about. We keep talking about the border, we keep talking about many what ifs, but this is about dealing with soldiers that have been honorably discharged, have served this nation honorably, and have lost the ability to stay in this nation. That's what the issue is about. We're not saying they should or should not stay based on the severity of the crime, but rather give them discretion, give judicial discretion here to determine whether they should stay or not. It's interesting, Mr. Chair and members, that these individuals at present can only return to the United States once they die, because having served and having been honorably discharged, they have earned the opportunity to be buried in a national cemetery where veterans are buried.
Will the gentleman you have a question?
No, I will not. So at the end of their life, they are deported, but they can return once they're gone. And again, this is not the way we treat our soldiers. If this was an issue specifically about veterans, but actually this is an issue dealing with veterans. And we're talking about veterans that have been deported because they have been convicted. It's not automatic. We're not talking about automatic readmission to the United States. We're talking about a case-by-case determination whether these individuals should have stayed or not. I'm reminded again of a gentleman, a young man, 21-year-old in my district, Jose Angel Garibay. He was the first casualty, a Marine, out of Orange County in the Iraq War. A dreamer, lost his life in defense of this great nation. And once he lost his life, thank goodness Congress saw it fit to bestow upon him posthumously American citizenship. Those are the kinds of individuals we're talking about today. People that served with honor, served with bravery, pledged allegiance to the flag of the United States, pledged allegiance to this great country, pledged allegiance to this country above and beyond any other nation, including that where they might have been born. Mr. Chairman, I yield. Thank you very much.
Chairman yields back. For what purpose does the other gentleman from California, or one of the other gentlemen from California, seek recognition?
One of the so many gentlemen and ladies from California moved to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I yield time to my colleague from Louisiana.
Thank you. I have great respect for my colleague, Mr. Correa, but I'm not sure that's exactly what the bill says. It's not just honorably discharged veterans. It is those who have not dishonorably discharged, not been dishonorably discharged. In other words, there are other categories. There are, as we talked about earlier in the day, this includes other than honorable discharge for security violations, use of violence, conviction by a civilian court with a sentence including prison time, being found guilty of various things. So I'm not diminishing in any way what you said, and understand your heart, and of course we honor our veterans. We spend all of our time on this side talking about that, how important that is. I mean, I agree with you 100%. The question with this amendment,
Gentleman,
asks,
yield.
in just a moment, but just let's focus on what this specific issue is. All we're saying is there any limit at all on one who should be given this special consideration. I mean, 5 convictions, as everybody acknowledges, that means somebody is driving around drunk a lot, often, and putting the lives of people, like in your state and mine, in jeopardy. So is there any limit to the insatiable appetite here for just allowing everybody to be in? And we, as said, we do not trust the secretary. I yield back to the gentleman from California.
Thank you. And I'm going to add on to this a couple of short thoughts. My good friend from California, Mr. Correa, and we are good friends, made some factual errors here when he talked about those who had fought for our country, those who served honorably. As Ms. Johnson said, that's not what the bill says.
Will you yield, sir?
I will in just a moment. The bill has not been written in a way that it passes what I would call the Chevron test. The test that, given this to not just this secretary, but to all future secretaries, that the discretion is tight enough that the intent be recognized. If the intent of this bill is that those who have served honorably shall be considered if they have not committed violent offenses, if they are not a current risk, then work with us to rewrite this, as we've been trying to do all day, to say that. But each and every amendment, including this particular one, has been shot down, and it's clear from the gentlelady who was chairing at the time that if we were to offer an amendment for, let's say, 10 DUIs, it would simply emphasize that now you're a drug addict, you're an alcoholic, therefore you should get special dispensation. So, to be honest, would the Menendez brothers, I'm sorry, it was Menendez, they killed their parents, would they be able to claim orphans if they were being deported?
Gentleman yield.
Would the gentleman yield?
And I only say that if not this, are there any exceptions?
Menendez veterans?
To bad conduct, okay? Bad conduct, if you are not a native-born citizen, can get you deported. The mafia were deported after their sentences, even if they served in the military. But in this case, we're talking about people who did not necessarily serve honorably and have now committed multiple violations. And I would only ask, and I'll yield you time, I would only ask, if this is not good enough, are you willing to work to set some limits of what is good enough, or shall it be essentially trust for every administration in perpetuity? And I'd yield to the gentleman.
Thank you. And my good friend from California, if we're talking about intent here, sir, we need to go down to Tijuana and visit that center with the deported veterans so we can talk to some of those individuals that have been deported, look at them in their different circumstances, which calls out a case-by-case examination of the facts.
And reclaiming my time for just a moment, normally we do this kind of legislation after we've had private bills that have repeatedly found valid exceptions, and then we write into the law those exceptions so they not have to be private bills. We're not doing that. I would more than willing to find that honorably discharged individual who is not a current threat and work with the gentleman on a private bill.
Gentlemen, yield.
I
In the last 10
yield.
seconds, I would say, I'd like to invite you to come with me to Tijuana, south of the border, and talk to some of those individuals so we can get a flavor of what this bill is trying to address.
Representing 88 miles of the border, I will be happy when you come down to my border anytime.
Buy you lunch in Tijuana, thank you.
Deal.
Gentleman's
Go back.
time has expired. Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does Mr. McClintock seek recognition?
To speak on the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, first of all, just to address the question, whether we should go and talk to these veterans who've committed crimes, maybe we also ought to go talk to their victims. Oh, that's right. You just voted against that. We can't talk to the victims. Wow. I think Mr. Shabbat's right. The current DHS secretary has repeatedly and brazenly abused his authority by granting blanket paroles, by making sweeping claims of prosecutorial discretion,
He's repeatedly and brazenly told us that the border is secure. When we're told, oh, you should trust his discretion on these issues, do you realize how absurd that sounds to those who have watched him abuse his authority from the very day he took office? You know, in a sense, I think this is a microcosm of the larger policy debate that the left has imposed on our major cities. This complete focus on the lawbreaker and this complete lack of concern for that lawbreaker's law-abiding victims.
Yes.
You know, they keep telling us that criminals can be rehabilitated if we just forgive them, forget them, stop enforcing our laws, give them a second, third, fourth chance, and a few of them do rehabilitate. But the odds are against it. Most of them don't. And the victim tally in our cities that are being run by the left is now skyrocketing as a result. Yes, these are veterans that pledged allegiance to our Constitution, to protect our people. These are also veterans who broke that pledge by committing crimes against our country and preying on the very citizens that they were supposed to protect. You know, I think people are getting a little sick and tired of the attitude of the left and the impact that that's having on our society. We can watch it tearing our cities apart. We can watch it victimizing law-abiding citizens throughout the country. I think people are getting a belly full of this nonsense, and I think you're going to find that out very clearly in the upcoming election. I yield back.
Would you yield to?
I'll yield to Mr. Tiffany.
Thank you very much. So let me give you an what if. Let's say somebody has a 5th DUI. Secretary Mayorkas brings them into this country at discretion, and they commit a 6th DUI, and they kill a family. That's a what if also. They kill another family. And you talk about discretion. If this secretary was using his discretion, he'd understand that the 100,000 drug poisonings that have went on now in America is unacceptable. And you wonder why. It repeats the point that the gentleman from California just made. We don't trust them. You want to give all this discretion to an agency. First of all, we disagree with that to begin with. You should write a more precise bill. And the second thing is you're giving it to the secretary who the Border Patrol is telling the American people he's lying to you. And if anybody would know, it's them. And by the way, this is the administration that wanted to take dollars from veterans' resources and move it to the border. They wanted to serve people coming into our country illegally and take it out of veterans' services. And they only stopped when it became public. That's when they stopped, is when it became public. This bill is not thought out well at all. And the person that you think is going to enforce this in a responsible manner, the American people do not trust him for good reasons. I yield to the gentleman from California.
The gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? For what purposes does Mr. Ben seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the part of the bill that is of greatest interest to me is the part that the amendment applies to. I'm going to talk about it in general and looking at the case review portion of the bill. And it's extraordinarily interesting if you read it carefully, and I have, the bias reflected in the language. The bias is of the procedure set forth is to assure that whoever applies will receive the types of reliefs set forth under sub C1A. And that would be termination of removal proceedings, parole, deferred action, stay of removal, administrative closure or authorization to apply for any other form of relief. The reason it's set up this way is if you follow on to the next page, you'll see that the procedures say nothing about who's going to come up with the reasons why the person shouldn't get the relief. Nothing. All it does is list all of the things you should show up with to get the relief. One would wonder who it is that's going to defend the United States of America in trying to determine who should get the relief. Nobody is set forth here as to come into the other side and say, you know, maybe this person has 5 DUIs, or maybe this person has done other bad things. And by the way, the constant reference to veteran, well, hooray for that, except if you got to go right below the word, it says a covered family member. That would be the spouse or the child or children. So why do we keep referencing back to this person who indeed may have earned the bias, at least a part of it, and ignore the rest of the family? And why, when this was it written so clearly to achieve the outcome of having every veteran who happens to not be a citizen admitted into the country without further review? Why? And the answer goes because it's a bias bill, and to quote Mr. Tiffany, it's poorly thought out and poorly constructed. At the very least, the bill should, and these amendments that we've been hearing have been trying to put some sort of sidebars into the bill, because there sure aren't any in it now. And so the question becomes, why not? And the answer is because it's a device to allow everybody who happens to fit into the veteran or covered family member or member of the military service space into the country without further review. It's amazing. And I want to make sure before I leave this issue, because I think it's super important, that we look carefully at what it is that the covered family member has to do. They have to show that they supported a member of the armed forces, including through financial support, emotional support, or caregiving. Well, what's emotional support? Going to, sharing Christmas? I mean, what is it? Or contributed to his or her local community during or after the military service of the member or veteran. What kind of standards are those? The answer is they are none. And so if we want this bill to actually work in a way that protects the United States from those that we don't want as citizens, please, let's look at these amendments that we've been hearing and actually give them some thought. And by the way, as why I still have have a minute left, I note in the amendment, just to speak to it for a moment, that we're debating, it reads, in conducting each case review under the paragraph 1, the advisory committee shall consider, and you probably have spoken about this when I was not here earlier, since I was attending another markup. You may have noted that the advisory committee shall consider. It doesn't say shall decide. It doesn't say shall immediately determine. It says shall consider. So I do not understand why people are saying that to add the 5 offenses would immediately disqualify the person. Perhaps I haven't read the bill carefully enough, and I haven't been benefited by the 4 or 5 or 6 or 8 hours of previous debate. But it seems to me that since the word is consider, it would be a good idea to consider 5 offenses. Maybe indeed they have recovered, and maybe they have not. But at the very least, should recover. We should consider these types of difficulties, and also at the very least, this bill should be even further amended to at least put someone in charge of defending the interests of the United States. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back to who seeks recognition.
I do.
In case nobody seeks recognition.
I do.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
To speak on the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
I've returned for the second shift. Spouses put up with a lot. Members in Congress, my wife's in town this week, and I went away and got dinner with her and participated and listened into the debate that's occurred on this amendment, of which there have been a number of amendments proposed on this bill, all of which I think, with save one, accepted by unanimous consent, have been rejected. And the first thing that I note is
the notion that I could be in a restaurant and participate in this hearing is a ridiculous idea, and I look forward to the day when this is gone and we debate bills here and amendments here in this committee or not at all. But there is one perspective that becomes clear stepping away from this room and listening in to the debate. And that is one, it's almost like being an American watching this committee, if you were forced to, if you had some punishment maybe administered by a judge for some, local crime that you needed to do community service for, so you had to watch. And you would watch and you would actually come to the conclusion that the Judiciary Committee of the House of Representatives is actually poised to reject the idea that someone with 5 convictions for driving intoxicated should be barred from special consideration to return to the United States after being deported. I have that right. Is that basically right? I know I've been a little absent. I apologize. But that's where we are. And I think being absent from the committee, at least in physical presence for a time, and listening to that, it also occurs to me to wonder, whose water is being carried here? What is this about? This is crazy. But that is an accurate picture of where we are under this leadership in Congress. That is where we are. There is you cannot put up an amendment in which the criminal offense is so remarkable or the victimization so heart-rending that the majority will pause to say, you're right, we can't go that far. They will not do it. And that tells you what you need to know. This bill is either about messaging, but it's not a very good job of that, or it's about carrying someone's water. Someone in particular is in mind of the committee, of the majority, in pursuing this bill, because they have shown no reticence at all about disregarding actively serving military members or veterans in any of a number of respects. And they will not accept any, to use the term employed by Mr. Bentz, any guardrails, any limitations on whom they consider appropriate to furnish special consideration to return to the United States or avoid deportation when they leave. And the one thing that has sort of popped in my mind a number of times is the Attorney General, the Democrat Attorney General over recent days saying no one is above the law. No one is above the law. But they seek to give an exemption from the law to anyone who is not a citizen of the United States who has served in the United States military. That's it. You're above the law if you've done that. That's where we are. That's what they propose. And they can pass it because they got the numbers right now. But it's not going to be the case for long. And all this is going away. And the ridiculous ideas are going away. And we can return order and law and the principle that indeed no one is above the law. The law applies equally to everyone. No more dual standard of justice. No more politicized justice. Law and order. And it is high time for that, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in opposition to this amendment to very common sense legislation where Democrats are putting people over politics, trying to get something done for those brave men and women, immigrants, who came to our country. They loved it so much that they signed up to defend the country in our military, and they served oftentimes with distinction, only to come home and catch a DUI, as my young people like to say. And when they catch that DUI, they become excluded. It interrupts the home, takes them away from their children. It's not funny. It's really quite tragic. And so this legislation seeks to bring some compassion and some mercy into our immigration proceedings when it comes to these brave men and women who have given of themselves to our military. And having done so, they really deserve to be treated with respect and dignity, the same way we would treat our fellow Americans. And but instead, tonight, what we have is immigrant bashing. Basically, Latina and Latino bashing. We don't have any Latinos on the other side of the aisle, so I guess it's easy to bash. When I look amongst my brothers and sisters on this side of the aisle, I can't see anything but Latinos and Latinas, black folks and women. And so we know we know how it feels.
Would the gentleman yield? This is outrageous.
I'm not
This
finished.
has nothing to do with race.
The gentleman.
Nothing to do with race.
The gentleman from Georgia has the time, and he has not yielded.
And yes, this is a charade that has been conducted by my friends on the other side of the aisle. We see them looking over here on the camera as if they're looking at us, but they're actually looking at the camera, and they're performing for the camera.
The gentleman yield?
Because they believe that
Will the gentleman yield?
they believe that their fellow MAGA Republicans are just eating this up, and this is
Your argument's going to tip over.
This is great food for my MAGA Republican loving people out there who are watching this. I mean, they're eating it up. But people in America who want us to put people over politics, want us to go to work, making sure that we lower cost for Americans. We can't do that because the MAGA Republicans won't go along with it in the Senate, aided and abetted by these MAGA Republicans here in the House. We want to do something to continue to create better paying jobs for Americans. They resist and obstruct safe communities. We passed gun reform legislation here. They oppose that with ridiculous amendments that they tendered that kept us here half the night, which is what they're going to do tonight. You know, and instead, what their program is, they want to criminalize women's health care. This is what the MAGA Republican crowd wants to do as they shoot arrows at us as we put people over politics. They want to end Social Security as we know it. And they want to foment continued attacks on our democracy. It's very serious business what we're doing here, and I think the American people see through this continuing parade of ridiculous amendments that are keeping us here on this very common sense bill. If you don't like the bill, just vote against it. We'll understand, but there's no need to keep us here with these amendments that the American people can look at and see that each amendment becomes more ridiculous than the previous one. So I think people have gotten tired and they've cut the TV off, so it's time to stop performing. Let's go ahead and get down to business and pass this legislation, and with that,
Mr. Chairman.
I'll yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. For what
Mr.
purpose?
Chairman.
What
Mr.
purpose does
Chairman.
Mr. Buck seek recognition?
Move to strike last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Oh, my goodness. The party that wants to defund the police is now talking to us about being unreasonable, about grandstanding, about fermenting. I think you meant fomenting, but you said fermenting. We might as well go with fermenting.
I corrected myself.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, it stinks like it's fermenting. It might be fomenting. I'm not sure which. The party that's responsible for the gas prices that we see at the pump is telling me about grandstanding. Let me think. Oh, yeah, meat prices have gone up. I'm grandstanding. The border is wide open, and we have an administration official telling us it's secure. All of America is united in laughing about that. Crime rates throughout the country have gone up. And this bill is allowing people who have committed crimes to come into the country. The crime rate's not high enough. You now need to outsource and import some more crime. 5 DUIs. That's like the Harvard of DUIs right there. You can't achieve that in kindergarten. You got it. Yeah, that's a graduate degree of DUIs, and you're opposed to it. I'd like to ask any member on the other side, what would be the number that you would say enough is enough? 12? 20? How many DUIs does somebody get before they don't get special privileges from the Democrat Party to come into this country? I'd just like to know a number. And maybe it could be a round number. Let's go in tens, 10, 20, 30, 40. You can't give me a number. This number 5 was picked because it's an outrageous number. There are very few people who survive 5 DUIs. But my friends on the other side of the aisle who are defunding the police, who are spending all their time criticizing the party, the grand old party. You know, you talk about MAGA. I have to tell you, the country was a lot better off with MAGA than it is with a president of the United States who can't even get off a bicycle without falling. I think we're pretty good. And the American people will make that decision in November, again. And I agree with my friends who want to do away with this nonsense of proxy voting on the floor and remote voting in committee, and it's time we face each other. I appreciate the gentleman's comments about how we're grandstanding here. We're grandstanding because the grand old party actually got something done when we were in power. We gave people back their money so they could spend their own money with a tax break. We deregulated the economy. And by the way, that lifted all boats, not just some boats. You want to talk about racism? How much money went to historically black colleges in the Trump administration compared to the Obama administration? Let's talk about racism. But no, you rather talk about giving criminals access to the United States because we just haven't created enough victims yet. We want to create more victims. I've gone to a lot of scenes of drunk driving accidents. I have grieved with families of victims from drunk driving accidents. This bill, this amendment, is an absolutely reasonable and necessary part of what we should be doing. The survivor of those 5 DUIs is lucky because there are so many people in this country who have not survived the traffic accident from a DUI. This is crime prevention. I understand the party of defunding the police doesn't appreciate crime prevention, but this is crime prevention. And to ignore this and to minimize this amendment is so unfortunate. But I stand with my fellow grandstanders over here. I proudly believe that enough is enough. If you can't accept 5 DUIs, let's have that debate on the floor of the House, and let's see just how many Republicans join you in an effort. I understand you've got a weak record on veterans. You're not going to make up for it with this bill, and I yield back.
Yes. Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Owens seek recognition.
Strike the last word, please.
Gentleman is recognized.
Boy, I don't know really where to start on this one, to be honest with you. We're talking about crime. We're talking about pain of millions of people across our country. We're right now talking about drunk driving that's killing people, hurting our neighbors, our friends, and for some reason, my friend across the aisle decided to bring race into it. You know, this is the problem we've had, my race, for decades. With all due respect, it's called elitism. It's people who see other people in misery and don't get it. It's people who use misery as a political strategy. We have people across our country miserable. And we're here to talk about how to alleviate some of that. And out of that comes MAGA and race. Let me, my growing up, my definition of racism were those who looked at race first. Those who looked at outside in versus inside out. And the statements made earlier to me is, with all due respect, racist. And I don't care the color of those speaking it. We start looking at each other based on our color, and not based on getting solutions done. It's racism. And I tell you, American people are getting sick of this. We're sick and tired of divisiveness. We're sick and tired of every single city that's run by my party, my friends across the aisle, is a place where misery is highest, crime is highest, murder is highest, education is lowest, families are destroyed, and there's no sense of accountability. Instead of pointing a finger, let's look at some of these policies. This is a good example of one right now. We're trying to say 2 DUIs or 5 DUIs is too much to bring people like that back into the country to do more misery. That's what we're trying to say. It has nothing to do with race. It has to do with what they're doing, the action. And I think at some point there has to be some sense of no shame. You can't continue to say these kind of things and think it's okay. My friends, listen, I can't say enough. I would appreciate what we'll say a little earlier. You know, this is like Twilight Zone, some of the things we're going through right now. I mean, we're grown adults, we're responsible people. Come on, we need to be able to do some of this stuff where it's not total politics. This should be a no-brainer. And yet, here we are, saying that 5 DUIs is too much for the person who's culpable of this. We need to give them a break. Well, let me tell you this. American people across the country are tired of giving criminals a break. We want justice, we want fairness, and we want to live in a place where we don't feel fear every single time we walk out our door. And if you're not feeling that, that means there's a little bit of lack of empathy. Too many people are feeling that right now. I want to give my time to.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I just want to pick up on, and I appreciate so much what he said, and the gentleman from Colorado earlier. But I want to pick up on something that the gentleman from Georgia said. He said, we need, and it's a direct quote, we need to bring compassion and mercy into our immigration system. Well, someone needs to tell President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas that, because their policies are creating so much misery for the people that the cartels are exploiting and bringing to our border and then moving into our country. We're all for compassion and mercy when it comes to what's happening, particularly to women and children on that journey. Everyone knows they don't get here but for the cartels who are exploiting them, making tons of money, not to mention what they're doing with the drug trade, bringing that into our country and our communities, and we all know people who've been impacted by that. So if we want to talk about compassion and mercy, someone better tell Joe Biden and Secretary Mayorkas, start thinking about that with your crazy policies, because they are harming people. And everyone knows that. And why you guys won't help us deal with that, I do not know. I yield back to the gentleman.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, go ahead. Yes, I yield.
I just had a chance to talk to Mr. Johnson of Louisiana, and I have a suggestion that might bring us together, and I think Mr. Johnson agrees, that we add on line 9, unless the convictions were, how did we say it, Mike? Are older than 25 years old.
And would you yield for a moment?
Yes.
So the idea would be to balance justice and mercy, which is, by the way, what Scripture calls us to do. And so that this is not recent convictions, but it covers your scenario where, you know, you've got a 79-year-old who had a problem many years ago, but he's redeemed himself. And all. If there's a reasonable limit, then that makes some sense. But the problem still is with the discretion that is provided to the secretary that we don't trust.
I understand that, but we might be able to dispense with this if we, through unanimous consent, added unless the convictions are older than 25 years old, and then we accept the amendment.
I'm trying to think through the language and make sure that.
And also on the line 14, both parts.
And so how many DUI convictions are we bargaining for here? Is it 5?
Well, we're taking your amendment and saying, but if the convictions are more than 25 years old.
Okay. What number of convictions? Any 2?
Well, it's the 5 that you've got in this amendment.
Okay.
And we are going to, I mean, this is the amendment before us, and you know, let's do this. Can we do this, Mr. Johnson?
Mm-hmm. Well, it needs to be 2, though, if we're going to exert this, right? I was going to bring the amendment for 30 and really test everybody tonight. I really was. It's prepared, so I mean.
Well, I guess the question is we should have AA here to give us advice on what is.
No, we should have district attorneys here
Well,
to give us.
but also in terms of recovery. And what I have been told, and I do not claim to be an expert, but for those people who I personally know who have beaten alcoholism, if you know you get a gold coin at your 5-year period, and you think, you know, in most cases you're not going to relapse if you've got your 5 years in, but if you had 5, you know, we want to be even more cautious than that. So I'm just trying to find some common ground here that would be sensible.
I mean, look, I like the spirit of it. It does, you know, put an end to the absurdity of the position that everyone is being backed into over there, and it, you know, maybe that's reasonable. So I would concede that. All my colleagues have to make their own decision on it, but that's acceptable to me.
Well, if we can rewrite this in rather than try and do it verbally,
Okay.
we'll temporarily withdraw. We'll have the staff
I'll agree to do
write this
that.
up, and the 2 staffs can talk, make sure that it reflects the discussion that we've just had, and
Very good.
all right,
I agree to withdraw.
temporarily.
Amendment is withdrawn temporarily. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does Mr. Issa seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7946, offered by Mr. Issa. Page 20.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As an twice honorably discharged veteran, I hold a great deal of credence beyond for an honorable discharge. But as someone who served as an officer adjudicating men and women who broke that promise, who were punished under UCMJ, some of whom were discharged administratively and some of whom were discharged because of the court-martial process, I am all too aware that bad conduct discharges and even general discharges represent a less than honorable service during the modern times. For that reason, my amendment simply raises the bar for these individuals to those who have been honorably discharged. The term veteran, and I want to briefly, I'll ask unanimous consent to place into the record from the .mil website, Veterans and Military Funeral Honors and Benefits at Military OneSource, The definition, and the entire into the record, if I could, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
But it starts off with, if you served at least 90 days of active duty since September 11th, 2001, you may be eligible for, and it goes on with a myriad of benefits. Mr. Chairman, if you entered the military and you served 90 days, 60 of which you were AWOL, you were discharged, probably other than honorable, but you were not given a dishonorable discharge, and therefore you are a veteran. It is that simple. 91 days before we kicked your butt out, even if you were AWOL, okay, all you had to do is come back to be discharged. The standard for the other than honorable, the bad conduct, those discharges do not deserve our consideration, and no veteran would stand up and say, yeah, the guy with a bad conduct discharge, he was just misunderstood. Mr. Chairman, it doesn't work that way. People who get those discharges earn them, and they deserve what they get. Now, we do still give them certain benefits. We do recognize that if they were injured, whether it was falling down or whatever in the line of duty, they can still go to the VA. So they do have benefits. And yes, even if they've been sent out of the country, we'll make sure they get their veterans benefits. But Mr. Chairman, this simple change to narrow the scope to those who have served honorably. And again, 90 days gets you honorable discharge technically. You come up as medically disqualified after 90 days, you still get an honorable discharge. I can go through a myriad of people who did not meet that challenge that Mr. Carrera or Mr. Johnson or others have said about these valiant people who served in harm's way. The fact is, we're going to still include people who simply showed up, served 90 or more days, and were discharged, as long as it's honorable. If it's less than honorable, Mr. Chairman, we should not be considering this broad bill under any circumstances. I would hope that the term veteran would mean honorably served veteran and not just anybody who managed not to get court-martialed at the highest and worst level, which is what the current bill says. And I've been stewing on this all day as a veteran, and I quite frankly insist on this amendment, and I see no reason that it would not be accepted by those in good faith who want to go through those who might be out there that meet that standard. It's not a high standard. It's the minimum standard that should be considered for somebody to be granted a reentry into the United States. And with that, I would yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does the gentlelady insist on a point
I
of
do
order?
not insist on my point of order.
The gentlelady seeks recognition.
Yeah, I do seek recognition.
Lady's recognized.
I understand that my colleague from California, Mr. Eisner, has very strong views on this, and he's given some examples that are of interest. On the other hand, I can't help but think back on Mr. Roy's comments earlier in the day, talking with a great deal of passion that someone who has declined to comply with the vaccine requirements of the military could end up with a general discharge. Someone else was quoting, it might have been you, Mr. Bishop, I can't recall, was reading the various types of activities that could lead to a general discharge. And one of them was committing adultery, in a custody, in a divorce proceeding. So I think there would be occasions where a general discharge would not be the kind of activity that you, Mr. Issa, have just described in defense of your amendment. And therefore, we ought to, let's say that we've got a legal permanent resident of the United States in the Navy. And the Navy was very concerned about, especially on ships with COVID, and remember the transmissibility, and was very insistent on the vaccines to protect their readiness, is what they said, because they didn't want to have the fleet disabled because of disease transmission, the COVID transmission. You have a legal permanent resident who's in the Navy who, for whatever reason, in good faith, I'm sure, doesn't want to do that. And so the option is, you do it or you're not going to be on that ship with the hundreds of other sailors, and you're going to ultimately be discharged if you can't serve, but you're not going to be dishonorably discharged for that. That would be very unfair.
Would the gentlelady yield?
I'd be happy to yield.
Yeah, your point is quite valid, but again, these are people who committed some other crime for which they were removed from the country. So all the examples you give would not have that legal permanent resident be removed. It would simply take away this special privilege of coming back.
Reclaiming my time, we do know that there are a number of individuals who have been removed, but not because of criminal activity. We've also discussed at great length the commission of offenses that are relatively minor in nature, where you might have a need to consider that because these are people who served our military. The only point I'm making, your amendment really would preclude consideration of anyone with who didn't get an honorable discharge, and there are people who, as I understand it, can get a general discharge who really haven't engaged in egregious behavior in the military. They just didn't go with the program in some way. For example, Mr. Roy's example of the military person who declined the vaccination. And it seems to me that that person with a general discharge should not be precluded from at least applying for discretionary relief, just like someone with an. Was it you? I'm sorry. I beg your pardon.
He's from North Carolina. No problem.
Okay. Seeking discretionary relief because they're a veteran. The whole issue is whether you've served your country, and I guess the point I'm making is that you could serve your country and we could admire your service and yet have done something that results in a general discharge instead of an honorable discharge, but we would still honor your service because of what you've done for our country. It doesn't necessarily reflect the full panoply of the service that you have given to the United States, and that's why I think we'd be better off not adopting this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Who seeks recognition? For our purposes, the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition.
I seek to speak on the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
There are just a few things I want to correct in the story or examples that were just given. I think it's been dispelled that the vaccine prevents the spread of COVID. I mean, I don't know why we're still saying that. I mean, the CDC director has apologized for being wrong about that. The NIH director said that he was wrong about that. Literally everybody, Deborah Birx.
Gentleman, yield.
I will yield.
Did Dr. Fauci admit that he was wrong about that as well yet?
I believe they've all admitted that.
No way.
So
they got the vaccine and they got COVID.
Yes, they've all gotten COVID. The president himself is contagious right now, even though he's had 4 shots of the vaccine, and that is why he's staying away from people. So I just take a little bit of issue that we are in a congressional markup, still perpetuating this falsehood that was propagated by the pharmaceutical companies that stood to profit by this. They knew it wasn't even true. Their tests with 50,000 people in the trials were designed not to explicitly not show whether it did or didn't stop the spread of COVID. So I'm just offended that we're still perpetuating that myth when virtually everybody has admitted that it was a myth. And the reason we need to acknowledge that is the myth that underlies the entire rationalization for kicking somebody out of the military for not taking the vaccine.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will yield to the gentleman from California.
I can't wait for January 3rd, maybe the 4th, when one of our early HRs restores those men and women, those brave men and women who asked for and were denied their valid exemptions, and we restore them to full active duty, which, by the way, will unring the bell of any question of a general or other than honorable discharge, and I look forward to working with the gentleman on that.
I look forward to that, too. They should all be reinstated. None of them should have been given anything less than an honorable discharge at all for this. And while I've still got time on the clock, I have to mention that the Secretary of Defense issued a statement on August 24th saying that the vaccines that were required and that would be administered would be the FDA-approved vaccines, and not a single dose of FDA-approved vaccine, aka Comirnaty in the case of Pfizer, or Spikevax in the case of Moderna. Not a single dose of that has been given to a single member of the military, as the Secretary of Defense specified. And it was his only legal way to require the vaccine for members of military, was that it was FDA approved and that the doses that they would receive would be the FDA approved, legally distinct from the other vaccines that they received, and also labeled as such, labeled appropriately. None of those vaccines have been given, yet tens of thousands of members of the military have been kicked out for not taking that vaccine.
Gentleman yield?
I would yield to the gentleman from North Carolina.
Is the gentleman suggesting that the military engaged in a bait and switch and substituted a different vaccine than that which was approved?
I am absolutely saying that what the Secretary of Defense is doing right now is illegal. We know it. I would characterize it as a crime in progress.
Would the gentleman yield?
I'm going to yield to Mr. Tiffany, who's asked for
Yeah, I want to
time.
make sure I'm clear on this. Are you saying they've received the experimental use vaccine?
The emergency use authorization vaccine is all they've received. Not a single member of the military has received the FDA-approved version.
Well, it's good you're dispelling this notion that's out there that they're getting the FDA-approved vaccine.
There are two notions I want to dispel, and I would give the gentlelady time to respond to this. The notion that the vaccine stops the spread of COVID. Would the gentlelady like to clarify her comments on that?
Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
The point I'm making is that there's activity that service members could engage in that we would not find to be egregious. For example, the
Adultery. You gave
adultery.
that
I
example.
mean, I'm not in favor of it. I think it's a
Right.
sin, but I don't think it's
reclaiming my time. And I think the gentlelady gave valid examples, but the one that with all due respect, I don't think it's valid, is to substantiate the disproven notion that the vaccine stops the spread of COVID, and that would be a reasonable reason to give somebody a discharge that's less than honorable. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman,
What purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
speak in favor of the amendment.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to support the ISA amendment because it does raise the bar, and I'm in favor of raising the bar by any means necessary because I think the underlying bill is ill thought. And I want to say again and emphasize that the primary reason we have a problem here is because of the man in charge of DHS. This bill gives him unilateral authority, and it is given to a figure that we do not trust. And I've been waiting for an opportunity to summarize this and tell you why, because some of you over there don't seem to understand. You act as though you're surprised by that. I've been making a few notes here while everybody's been talking. Let me just go through some of this. First of all of us have been to the border here, and we're outraged by what we've seen. We're outraged by it. Okay, but because of Secretary Mayorkas's deliberate and defiant policies, here's a list. We have a literal flood of lawless masses flowing across our border from more than 160 countries, and if you just turn on some news stations and you'll see accurate reporting of this. The safety and security of the American people are being directly threatened, and innocent children are being abducted, assaulted, raped, and murdered by human traffickers. You talk about problems that we should be addressing? That's within our jurisdiction. Because of Mayorkas, countless numbers of known terrorists and vicious gang members are coming across our border and making their way into our communities all over our country. The precious treasure of American taxpayers is being used to incentivize and reward illegals with food, clothing, health care, welfare benefits, and they even pay for ghost flights and bus tickets to secretly transfer waves of illegals into our communities all across this country. Hey, because of Secretary Mayorkas' policies, our entire country is becoming a crime scene. We're dealing with a humanitarian disaster that would have been unimaginable just 3 or 4 years ago. Because of Secretary Mayorkas' policies and decisions, the drug cartels are making billions of dollars and building their empires and drowning our streets in fentanyl and other deadly substances. We have made drug overdoses the #1 cause of death for Americans age 18 to 45. Our brave Border Patrol, law enforcement agencies, and officers are completely overwhelmed and personally endangered. The rule of law is being trampled underfoot every single hour that we sit here and dither over this stuff, and the stability and the very sovereignty of our nation is being threatened like never before. Secretary Mayorkas is doing more than insulting the intelligence of the American people. He is subjecting them to extraordinary danger, and this is not a game, because he's presided over the greatest immigration catastrophe in American history. It is an objective truth that he helped design and implement a system that has allowed record levels of illegal immigration, record levels of sex trafficking, all these narcotics, humanitarian disasters, and all the rest. He took his oath of office on February 2nd, 2021. By the end of that first year, listen, ICE recorded the highest number of border crossings and the lowest number of deportations in history. He stated publicly in direct defiance of our laws, and that's the key, quote, being here illegally by itself is not enough to be removed, unquote. And, quote, having an order of removal is not enough to actually remove someone. What? That's federal immigration law. If DHS does not deport illegals, apprehend, quickly remove people who cross into our country illegally, then we don't have border security at all. We have a total collapse of operational control. Mayorkas makes those decisions. If people are allowed to simply walk in here and live and work and collect taxpayer-funded benefits and assistance for years upon years and even permanently, then in a very short period of time, we're going to be totally overwhelmed and crushed by the sheer numbers and weight of illegal immigration. The American people understand this, and the Democrats in charge do not. And that's why we're outraged over this nonsense. There's no longer going to be any border, any security, any sovereignty at all. We're not even going to have our own country if this continues. I called for Secretary Mayorkas' resignation in July last year and explained that it had become crystal clear that he was either unable or unwilling to do his job. Based on the evidence we have now, we've reached the inescapable conclusion that his actions are intentional. His actions show that he is not competent as an agency head, and he is certainly not competent for this committee to give him any more authority over anything. Certainly not a unilateral, unchecked decision. It's dangerous, it's subversive, it's intentional, it's deliberate, it's premeditated. What else you gotta know? The evidence is out there. Border Patrol agents turned their backs on Secretary Mayorkas in Arizona last year because they don't trust or respect his leadership. And you know what? We don't either. He lied to Congress. He told us as recently as last week that the border security knows it's not true, and you guys know it's not true. So don't give him any more authority and don't ask us to participate in it. I'm not a part of that. It's a dereliction of his duty, and it's a dereliction of ours if we continue.
Could the gentleman yield?
I yield.
I might, in his remaining time, remind everyone, the gentlelady did say that, there were these situations in which, quote, you could get other than a honorable, which would include general. But that's not what the bill says.
Right.
The bill includes a bad conduct discharge. It only has dishonorable, the worst of the worst. You need years at Leavenworth to get a dishonorable in most cases. So let's understand it. This bill was carefully written. I assume that the people who wrote it are smart and well-informed, and it is flawed and should be changed, and this is a minimum change. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes? The gentleman from Georgia seek recognition.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Gosh, I thought I had heard everything, but we keep hearing about illegals. When we're talking about our men and women, many of whom are our Latino brothers and sisters who have served in our military, came here, served us, while many of us did not serve. They served, and they came back with post-traumatic stress and all other kinds of ailments. And we don't have the decency to have a heart for them when they need a second chance, when their families are suffering. We callously keep talking about drug dealers and rapists and criminals, just like we heard when down the descension of the Golden Stairway back in 2015, it's become okay to keep talking about drug dealers and rapists and saying that people are invading our country, our borders are under assault. We're losing our country. If we don't stand up and take our country back now, you know, from these people, from these hordes of illegals coming across our border, frightening people. This is not the way that we talk about people who have served our country, but this is what we hear from the MAGA Republicans. It's getting rather sickening. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Nobody seeks
I would.
Nobody seeks recognition. The question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no?
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren.
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee. Ms. Jackson-Lee.
Put your
Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch.
I wish I could tell you.
Ms. Bass.
No.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries.
Oh, wait, Deutsch votes no.
Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell.
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu.
Okay, so Escobar and McClintock, of course.
Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal.
An amendment in that they've agreed on.
Ms. Stimmings. Ms. Stimmings.
Demings votes no.
Ms. Stimmings votes no. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia. Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath.
McBath votes no.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton.
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean.
Dean votes no.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar.
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones. Ms. Ross.
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat. Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Issa.
I will be yes on my amendment.
Mr. Issa votes yes. Mr. Buck. Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stube. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy.
Aye.
Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach. Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens votes aye.
How am I recorded?
Mr. Deutsch, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Deutsch votes no.
How's Jayapal recorded?
Ms. Jayapal, you are not recorded.
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no.
How is
Are there any-
Jackson Lee recorded?
Ms. Jackson Lee, you recorded as no.
Thank you.
Are there any members who wish to be recorded who haven't been recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 16 ayes and 20 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments? For what purpose does Ms. Luffen seek
I
recognition?
have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Amendment is considered as read. The gentlelady is given 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
I won't take 5 minutes. We had an animated discussion earlier about the gentleman from Louisiana's amendment precluding consideration for 5 convictions. And as we discussed publicly, I suggested that we add the words unless the conviction is older than 25 years. So this amendment reflects that discussion, that someone with 5 offenses would not be eligible for review unless the conviction was older than 25 years. And I don't feel a need to discuss it further since we had a long discussion earlier, so I would yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
Aye.
The ayes obviously have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment nature of a substitute? The question occurs on the amendment nature of a substitute. As amended. This will be followed immediately by a vote on final passage of the bill. All those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment nature of a substitute is agreed to. Are there any amendment?
Wait.
Reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill H.R. 7946 is amended favorably to the House. Those in favor respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. In the opinion of the chair, the bill. The recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren.
Aye.
Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee. Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Deutsch.
Aye.
Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Ms. Bass. Ms. Bass.
Aye.
Ms. Bass votes aye. Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Cicilline.
Aye.
Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swalwell.
Just like I will.
Aye.
Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu.
Aye.
Mr. Liu votes aye. Mr. Raskin.
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Ms. Jayapal.
Jayapal votes aye.
Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Dimmings.
Aye.
Ms. Dimmings votes aye. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon.
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Neguse.
Aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Ms. McBath.
McBath votes aye.
Ms. McBath votes aye. Mr. Stanton.
Aye.
Mr. Stanton votes aye. Ms. Dean.
Dean votes aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar.
Aye.
Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr. Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Jones votes aye. Ms. Ross.
Ross votes aye.
Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Shabbat. Mr. Shabbat votes no. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Issa. Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Buck. Mr. Buck votes no. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock.
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy.
Roy, get with the program.
Mr. Roy.
No.
Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Fishbach? Ms. Fishbach votes no. Ms. Sparts? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes no. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes no.
This is Mr. Cohen. How am I recorded?
Mr. Cohen, you are not recorded.
Record me as aye.
Mr. Cohen votes aye.
Thank you.
Are there any other members who wish to be recorded who haven't been recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 23 ayes and 16 noes.
The bill is agreed to. The ayes have it, and the bill is amended. It's ordered reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in nature of a substitute, incorporating all adopted amendments. The staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 2920, the American Families United Act, for purposes of markup, and move that the committee report the bill favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 2920 to amend the Immigration and Nationality
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I will begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. H.R. 2920, the American Families United Act of 2022, is bipartisan legislation to fix barriers in our legal immigration system that separate U.S. citizens from their spouses and children. Earlier this Congress, the Immigration Subcommittee held a hearing that shined a light on how our immigration laws are particularly harsh for U.S. citizens with undocumented spouses and children. For example, under current law, many U.S. citizens cannot sponsor their spouses and children for a green card. In large part, this is because there are very limited discretionary waivers of inadmissibility or deportability and significant bars for unlawful presence. As a result, many family members are virtually shut out of the system with no means of obtaining lawful status. Today, 1.7 million U.S. citizens are married to an undocumented person. Roughly a quarter of them have been married for 20 years or longer, while more than half have been married for 10 years or longer. Among the many people facing hardship because these restrictive immigration laws are my constituent, Dr. Kevin Kells, who has lived apart from his wife for over 15 years. In 1998, before they met, Dr. Kells' wife traveled to the United States to attend a high school graduation party. She didn't speak English, but the driver of her car told the border officer that she was born in the United States. Her record now shows that she made a false claim to U.S. citizenship, and she is permanently barred from the United States. Under current law, there is no ability for Dr. Kells to obtain a green card or lawful status for his wife, nor are there options for many others, given the limited discretion of immigration judges and officers to waive the consequences of past acts, even those that were based on honest mistakes made decades ago. H.R. 2920 is a bipartisan compromise introduced by Representatives Veronica Escobar and David Valadao. It provides a narrow solution that would give Dr. Kells and other separated American families an opportunity to sponsor their family members. This bill would simply provide immigration judges and officers the discretion that they need to waive certain grounds of inadmissibility or deportability on a case-by-case basis for the spouses and children of U.S. citizens. To be clear, this bill does not address all of the issues affecting family reunification. For example, it would not provide discretion for immigration judges and officers to help the undocumented parents of millions of U.S. citizen children. We have passed bills through the House, including the Build Back Better Act, to give relief to these worthy individuals. Sadly, that legislation is stalled in the Senate, but we will continue to fight for relief for all. In the meantime, we can also put forward solutions where there is common ground with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I'm pleased to support this bipartisan solution that would take a significant step toward reuniting countless mixed-status families. I would like to thank Ms. Escobar and Mr. Valadao for their leadership and for working together to support American families. And I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation. I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This legislation is an attack on the rule of law. H.R. 2920 would give the AG and the Homeland Security Secretary the power to prevent removals and provide immigrant benefit to aliens in cases where the removal or denial of a benefit will be a, quote, hardship to a U.S. citizen, spouse, child, or parent of alien. This discretion is allowed even if the alien has received due process and has been ordered removed by an immigration judge. The bill before us would untether immigration policy from requirements laid out by Congress and hand this decision-making power to the AG and the Homeland Security Secretary so that they don't have to enforce the law. What a deal for taxpayers. There have been over 800,000 known, quote, gotaways since President Biden took office, thanks to his embrace of radical open borders policies. And of course, that's on top of the 3 million alien encounters at the border during this administration. During fiscal year 2021, there were 1,734,686 encounters, and we are already at 1,746,119 encounters in this fiscal year, with 3 months remaining. Fiscal year 2022 is on track to have the most encounters of illegal aliens at our southern border ever in history. Meanwhile, the Democrats on this committee refuse to even acknowledge that there is a problem. And rather than to do anything to address this crisis or enforce law and prevent more people from crossing illegally, Democrats want to relax the laws so that bureaucrats in Washington can more easily reward those who broke the laws. This is wrong, Mr. Chairman. We strongly oppose this legislation and yield back.
Without objection, all other opening statements will be included on the record. I now recognize myself for purposes of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2920.
I ask unanimous consent that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for purposes of amendment. I will now recognize myself to explain the amendment. The changes in this amendment are either technical in nature or are necessary to clarify the intent of the underlying legislation. Most of these changes reflect the advice of the Department of Homeland Security and Department of Justice, both of which provided technical assistance on the bill. To avoid any unintended negative inferences, the amendment makes changes to ensure that the waiver authority in this bill does not impact any existing authorities in the Immigration and Nationalities Act. This change was recommended by the Department of Homeland Security. Among other changes, the amendment includes language to clarify that the waiver authority in this bill is limited to the family members of U.S. citizens, and for purposes of relief under the legislation, family separation must result from removal or denial of a benefit. The amendment also clarifies that the family members of U.S. citizens and lawful permanent residents who committed crimes that would make them inadmissible or deportable would not be eligible for the waiver in this bill. In addition, the amendment removes a provision that is outside the intended purpose of the bill to reunite families in the United States related to naturalization for the children of U.S. citizens abroad. To close gaps in the bill that would leave some American families behind, the amendment also makes changes to ensure that widows and orphans of U.S. citizens and lawful permanent residents can still receive the benefits in this bill, and to allow those American families who are separated before this bill passed a chance to sponsor their family members for a green card. All of the changes made in the amendment are minor and improve on a good bill. I urge all of my colleagues to support it. And I want to make note for the members that I intend to recognize Ms. Escobar and Mr. McClintock for statements on the bill. Then we expect to move to a vote on final passage of the bill. At that point, we expect to conclude our business for the day. Ms. Escobar.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I'm grateful to you and Ms. Lofgren, our Immigration Subcommittee Chair, for bringing my bill, the American Families United Act, before the committee for markup. Colleagues, I'd like to share the story of my constituent, Edgar Falcon, with you, who is the inspiration for this bill. Edgar is a great person, born and raised in my community of El Paso, Texas. In 2013, Edgar, an American citizen, married the love of his life, Maricruz, a Mexican citizen. In fact, right behind me is their wedding photo. They married atop the Paso del Norte International Bridge between El Paso, Texas, and Ciudad Juarez, Chihuahua. Edgar and Maricruz have a beautiful 3-year-old American daughter, Giselle. Edgar is a loving husband and devoted father. But Edgar and his family are denied the opportunity to live their lives to the fullest because of a 1996 law, the Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigration Responsibility Act, or Ira. Maricruz is a Mexican citizen who, as a child, was persuaded by an older family member to falsely claim American citizenship at a U.S. port of entry. Because of Ira, and because of that one incident at the land port when she was a minor, taking the advice of a trusted adult, Maricruz is now forever barred from entering the country. As a result, Edgar has had to make a terrible choice: either leave his community and his country in order to raise his family and live with his wife and daughter, or self-separate from his wife, daughter, and everything he holds dear in order to remain and work in the United States. He and his family have suffered significantly because of Ira. It took away an immigration judge's discretionary authority to review and decide cases like Maricruz's. But it's not just Edgar and Maricruz who are suffering this way. Millions of Americans, including American children like Giselle, are being denied the ability to live in the United States together as a family. And because of Ira, they are denied the ability to go before a judge to lay out the facts of their case so that the judge may determine if they are eligible for a chance at legalizing their status or not. The American Families United Act is a long overdue piece of bipartisan legislation that would restore the opportunity for American families across the United States to have their day in court. Simply put, my bill will grant immigration judges and officers the ability to waive, on a case-by-case basis, certain grounds of inadmissibility or deportability if denial of immigration relief would result in hardship to a U.S. citizen, spouse, parent, or child. I remind my colleagues this discretion is not new or unprecedented. This judicial discretion was taken away from immigration judges with the passage of IRA in 1996, and this bill would restore it. Colleagues, the results of this provision in IRA have been devastating, heartbreaking, and unnecessarily destructive to American families, and there are innumerable examples of that heartbreak even in your own districts. Many of those families, your constituents, are actually watching this hearing right now, praying for an end to their nightmare. My colleagues, you frequently say, all of us frequently say, that we support legal immigration. This is an opportunity to put that support into action, to stand by that claim and to recognize the rights of Americans, to make sure that they have the opportunity to go before a judge and possibly have the chance to live together, a family united. This bill does not grant amnesty, nor does it reward undocumented immigrants for being present in the United States. My bill does not require that anyone be issued a green card. It simply allows spouses and children of U.S. citizens to have an opportunity to argue their case in order to finally get in line for a green card. The American Families United Act gives families a fighting chance to stay together and ensures that children can have both of their parents at home while righting a 28-year wrong that has kept families apart, living with unnecessary pain and separation. I urge you, my colleagues, to support this bill today. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. McClintock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 18 months ago, we had achieved operational control of our southern border. The border wall was nearing completion. The Remain in Mexico policy and enforcement of court-ordered deportations had slowed illegal immigration to a trickle. American workers were finally seeing major wage gains, and the gap between rich and poor in this country was finally narrowing. All of that ended on January 20th, 2021, when Joe Biden canceled the Remain in Mexico policy, ordered ICE to stop enforcing court-ordered deportations, and canceled the border wall, leaving construction gaps through which thousands of illegal immigrants now pass every day. Since this administration took office, more than 3 million foreign nationals have illegally entered our country, with roughly half being trafficked across the country by this administration. While the Border Patrol's been overwhelmed, an additional 900,000 illegal entries evaded authorities that we know of and are now in the United States. In other words, in 18 months, the Democrats have allowed into our country an illegal population larger than the size of the states of Alaska, Vermont, and Wyoming combined. Fentanyl crossing the southern border has exploded. The death rate from fentanyl overdoses in this country has more than doubled in a single year. The effect on school and hospital overcrowding, homelessness, depressed wages and opportunities for working families, and crime will mean a much more dangerous and impoverished country as a direct result of these policies. Deaths at the border have skyrocketed as more and more illegal migrants are encouraged to make this dangerous journey. On every trip I've made to the southern border, border agents have told me to warn my constituents that the tragedies that they encounter every day in the border communities are being exported across the country and that every town will soon become a border town. And now I'm hearing the same thing from my own constituents in Northern California. This committee has blocked every Republican effort to address this national crisis. Every hearing the Democrats have had about this crisis is how to increase it. The bill now before this committee, H.R. 2920, gives the Attorney General and the Secretary of Homeland Security the discretion not to enforce U.S. immigration law regarding removal, inadmissibility, or provision of an immigrant benefit if enforcing such a law would be a, quote, hardship for the alien's U.S. citizen, spouse, parent, or child. Well, what isn't a hardship in this world of ours? Why not just repeal the law entirely? That would have the same effect as this bill. The Democrats have already applied existing grants of discretion that are explicitly limited to review on a case-by-case basis, as we've just been promised, but they've used it to excuse entire classes of people. Under this bill, separation of a family member is presumptively considered to constitute hardship and therefore grounds not to enforce our immigration law. Relatives already deported under our already loose laws would be admitted under this bill. So who needs immigration courts if their orders are to be invalidated? So why not just repeal our immigration law, require the admission of all family members, regardless of previous deportation orders or determinations of inadmissibility? With very few exceptions, that's what this bill does anyway. Why not just admit it? The unprecedented illegal mass migration that is aided, abetted, encouraged, and applauded by congressional Democrats and their president has reached historic proportions, and its impact is now being keenly felt by every American. Democratic mayors of northern cities are even starting to sound the alarm, but congressional Democrats are deaf to their pleas. Americans are increasingly aware of the staggering cost of these policies to their safety, their prosperity, and their futures. But they need to understand that these policies will not change until the people responsible for them are turned out of office. The only question for our country is if there's still time. I yield back.
We're about to move to final passage on this bill, but all members will have an opportunity to submit statements for the record. The question occurs on the amendment nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on final passage of the bill. All those in favor respond by saying aye. Opposed,
Aye.
no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have the amendment nature of a substitute is agreed to. Reporting quorum being present, the question is on the motion to report the bill H.R. 2920 is amended favorably to the House. Those in favor respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
Aye.
The ayes have it. The bill is ordered reported favorably. Is a roll call requested? Recorded vote has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson-Lee. Ms. Jackson-Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Aye.
Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Deutsch.
Hey, hang on one second, I have to vote.
Ms. Bass.
Hang on Bass votes aye.
Ms. Bass votes aye. Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Cicilline.
Yes, aye.
Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swalwell.
Aye for Swalwell.
Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu.
Aye.
Mr. Liu votes aye. Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Ms. Jayapal?
Aye.
Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Dimmings? Ms. Dimmings?
Aye.
Ms. Dimmings votes aye. Mr. Correa?
Aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Ms. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Neguse?
Aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Ms. McBath?
Aye.
Ms. McBath votes aye. Mr. Stanton?
Aye.
Mr. Stanton votes aye. Ms. Dean?
Dean votes aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar?
Aye.
Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Mr. Jones votes aye. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes aye.
Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush? Mr. Jordan? No. Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Isa?
No.
Mr. Isa votes no. Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck votes no. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Stube? Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy?
No.
Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Fishbach? Ms. Fishbach votes no. Ms. Sparts? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes no. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes no.
How am I recorded? This is Bass.
Ms. Bass, you recorded as no. Ms. Bass, you recorded as aye.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
How am I recorded?
Mr. Deutsch, you were not recorded.
Deutsch votes aye.
Mr. Deutsch votes aye.
Are there any other members who wish to be recorded who haven't been recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 23 ayes and 16 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is amended as ordered reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in nature of a substitute, incorporating all adopted amendments. The staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. This concludes our business for today. Thanks to all of our members for attending. Without objection, the markup is adjourned.